This boy was facing the kingdom's guards, and no one was a match for his terrifying power. Those 3 red eyes were all the proof they needed. He was using an evil power that everyone feared. His name Nox Rain Harbor, the son of a rich and very important family. Tired of the battle, a red-haired girl arrived at the scene, completely shocked by what Nox had done. She shouted, asking why he had betrayed everyone and allied himself with evil. Nox paused for a moment and thought about her words. Betrayal? That sounded like a joke to him. In fact, Nox said that they were the ones who betrayed him first. The girl shouted that he was lying, but it was clear from Nox's face that he meant it. It didn't matter, there was no turning back now. The truth is that this is who I really am. A guy who plays games all day, maybe the best player this game has ever seen. The reason I play so much is because my life is miserable. 2 years ago, a doctor discovered that a brain disease would kill me soon. Can you imagine the pain of knowing that your life has a clock ticking so close to the end? In the first days, I was paralyzed. I went through countless hospital treatments, but there was no cure, only painkillers and an empty life. When you have no hope for tomorrow, living today is agonizing. Over time, the pain wasn't the only problem. Look at this. I'm stirring something that looks like tomato sauce. I don't want to fill out these forms when I'm almost out of time. I'll play one more time. This must be my favorite game. In it, you can choose to be a genius in something, and you receive a penalty for it. But one thing I never did was choose to be a genius in 2 things. Look at that. The penalty for choosing 2 genius traits is like a personal insult to me. You get a time limit as a penalty. Isn't that exactly what I am now? A guy with a time limit. Character created. Let's begin. The headaches grew worse. I felt like I was going to faint at that moment. I couldn't. I just wanted to enjoy something good one last time. I managed to create the character, but it seemed that my own time limit had finally run out. A system window said that the synchronization was complete. The white-haired boy from before woke up with a start. This was Nox, but now much younger. The boy felt strange. He was sure he had just fainted in his room, and now he was in a strange place. Only when he went to the mirror did he realize that was not his face. This was Nox, the character from the game he had been playing. Our protagonist had played this game so many times that he remembered everything. Nox Hainabar is one of the 3 Dark Masters of Inner Lunatic. Born into one of the most infamous criminal families and the youngest of 5 siblings, the family had produced geniuses for generations, and Nox was the first without any talent at all. That drove him to ally with demons in search of power and become the greatest disaster in the kingdom, just as we saw at the beginning of the story. But this didn't make sense. It had to be a dream. He couldn't be Nox. While he was panicking, a notification window appeared behind him with his information. His stats looked good, but what was wrong with that energy? Did he have some kind of disease? The traits explained everything. That time limit could only be what he had seen before dying. He didn't remember Nox having any illness when he played. That meant he was like his version from another life, living on borrowed time. Nox then saw that there were unread messages in his system, and the system said, "Hi, Yoan. No, I should call you Nox now." That name the protagonist had almost forgot. It seemed that his memories of his past life were starting to fade. He remembered his parents but couldn't recall where they were or if they were even alive. It seemed that Nox had suddenly received the memories of a person who had lived in another world. Furthermore, he realized that the system knew about his previous life before he came to this place. The system said, "It's been a while," which surprised Nox. The voice of the system said that the last 2 years must have been hard for him and that he at least deserved to come to this place and have the chance to live again. Then it said, "Welcome back." Until now, the protagonist hadn't thought that this was permanent, so this meant he would never return to his old reality. But who cared? What was so good about that life anyway? The system then said that if Nox wanted to learn more about this world, he should enroll in the academy and grow stronger. This was too much for Nox. Now he was supposed to take orders from a system window. Everything was so confusing, but there was no doubt now that Yu had been reborn as the final boss of the game. Inner Lunatic. He was a villain, but did he really need to follow the role of the main villain? Everything seemed incredible. but Knox also had limited time to live. Besides, this was no longer like acting in a game. Knox would not forget who he really was. He decided to follow the main route of the game as a villain, but he would not give up his memories. The important thing was to try to survive at all costs, and if necessary he would become a villain to succeed. In his past life his disease had no cure and would kill him in 2 years, but in this magical world did something like an incurable disease truly exist? When he decided to leave in his room, Knox felt a sharp pain in his wrist, a symptom of his time limit condition. The inflammation in his wrist made it impossible even to open doors, so he couldn't enjoy swinging a sword alone in his room. Out in the corridor, he bumped into a maid. The beautiful girl dropped all the dishes without noticing who was in her way. When she finally realized who it was, she screamed so loudly that everyone heard and feared the worst. The scream startled Knox as well, but he quickly remembered some important things. The girl begged for forgiveness. She was a minor character, so he didn't even remember her name, but everyone feared him because of his strange personality. Normally, Knox would have reacted like this. He would forgive her but warn that next time she would die. Yet that was not how our protagonist usually treated people. Seeing the fear in the eyes of the other servants, he was certain that Knox had never been a kind person. Without saying much, Knox simply stated that he was going to the training hall. No one expected that. The young master had never shown any interest in swordsmanship. What was even more surprising was that Knox ordered the girl to go with him down the hallway. On the way, she feared her master intended to punish her for what had happened earlier. But it was strange that he hadn't said anything yet. The truth was that in Knox's mind, he was only thinking about survival. He needed to find out what was wrong with this body so that he wouldn't become sick as he had in his past life. He got lost in thought along the way. This game had so many layers of complexity and playstyles. The most important thing was to discover whether the genius traits he had chosen really worked and whether he truly possessed both of them, sword and combat. The sword genius trait allowed a person to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The mana genius trait, on the other hand, allowed someone to reach the peak of casting powerful spells. There were many other traits, but those were the two he had chosen. In the training hall, however, Knox's body was so weak that he could not swing a wooden sword more than a few times. What was the point of being a sword genius with a body as frail as that of a malnourished old man? 10 strikes were his limit. He was completely in trouble. This place had many weapons available, as expected from the Hine Harbor family. Several legendary warriors had been born and raised in this family. The head of the family even wielded the tyrant blade of darkness. An unmatched power. Knox lacked health, but time and money would not be a problem for him. His father didn't care how Knox spent his time, since he was the youngest and least talented child of the family. No one had any expectations of him. Just swinging the sword made Knox feel as if he would die a second time. The maid brought water and towels for him. She had never imagined she would see her master working hard at anything. Knox asked her to come closer. The girl feared for her life. Was this it? Was she about to be punished? Knox felt embarrassed. He wasn't the kind of person to do such things. She needed to listen carefully to his instructions. She was to buy everything he requested. She tried to say that it was beyond her means, but Knox asked if she wanted the punishment she had imagined earlier. The girl left thinking that he hadn't changed at all. Our protagonist was interrupted when the family butler Rodwell Diernak arrived suddenly and caught him off guard. This man was his father's right-hand assistant. It made no sense for him to be here. Normally neither he nor Knox's father cared about him, so Knox questioned the reason for the visit. Rodwell brought news from his father. The head of the family wanted Knox to attend dinner that evening. This surprised Knox. He tried to decline the invitation, but Rodwell revealed that the young lady of the Styliner family had come to visit, and that it was important for Knox to be present. Refusing could anger the head of the family. In that case, Knox had no choice and accepted immediately. Rodwell noticed his unusual behavior and questioned Knox's sudden interest in swordsmanship, since he had never practiced before. The young master then spoke in a serious tone. "Rodwell, you are only a butler. Do not dare to overstep your bounds. What I do or do not do is none of your concern." Knox left the room, leaving the butler deep in thought. His firm, cold attitude disappeared as soon as he closed the door. He was worried about something, but his attention soon turned to the girl. He never expected that she would be visiting him. Night fell and it was time for dinner. Someone said, "The idiot actually came." The comment was clearly directed at Nox, but he ignored it. The twins continued talking, asking sarcastically if he still held a grudge against the family. Hartz and Alan kept making remarks, criticizing Nox. They even mentioned that Nox had touched a maid, calling it disgusting. Their arrogant conversation was irritating, but Nox turned a deaf ear. The maids announced that the most important person had arrived. Everyone turned their attention to the patriarch. Yvonne Reen Harbor had come to dinner and brought someone with him. A long-haired, red-headed girl entered and greeted everyone. Stalia von Stillner, dressed elegantly. Yvonne explained that the young lady had requested training for her knights and would be spending some time in the family's territory. The boys were excited by the presence of the young lady, but the girl's gaze seemed to go in only one direction. Nox was the future villain, and this girl was destined to oppose him. He grew nervous, thinking that this was the girl who would one day drive a sword through his chest. He was even more surprised that Nox himself had come to the. At dinner, our protagonist felt embarrassed to be there. The girl had no idea how Nox was treated in this family. They began tasting the kind of food only the wealthy could afford. Throughout the meal, the twins kept glancing at Nox. Then they said it was time to decide who would be the next to enter Elden Academy, and Tevan agreed that a decision should be made soon. Everyone knew that Elden Academy was the most important place in the kingdom, and exactly where Nox needed to go. The system had also told him that he must attend the academy to learn more. The head of the family remarked that only 3 individuals from each family could be sent to the academy. This rule existed to limit the influence of noble families with many children. The Rhine Harbor family had already used 2 of its spots. The first and second sons had been sent to the academy. Tension filled the dining hall when Tevan declared that the family would continue its tradition. Nox then asked if this meant a duel between siblings to decide. His quick question caught Tevan's attention. Tevan announced that in 3 months they would compete for the family's final slot. The twins began mocking Nox, saying that a certain someone would bring shame to the family if chosen. They claimed he had no chance and that it was a waste of time for him even to attempt a duel. Nox surprised them by calmly replying that he looked forward to hearing those words again after they lost to him. This provocation enraged one of the boys. Just the thought of losing to the family's failure was insulting. Nox thought to himself that there was no reason to keep listening to insults in silence. He was not the same person they believed him to be. With confidence he declared that he would be the one chosen for Elden Academy. His bold stance caught Tevan's attention again, and at the same time made the twins furious. Someone else also grew interested. Stalia, with a faint smile, remarked that the young master seemed confident. Her smile looked gentle, yet it sparked a deep fear in Nox. This was the girl who in the game had defeated him at the end of his life. When dinner ended and Rodwell gave his report, Theodor agreed that Nox appeared to have changed overnight, which already seemed absurd. He wondered what had caused such a sudden shift in behavior and briefly considered the possibility of a demon, though he quickly dismissed the idea. Still, what was happening was far more intriguing than he had expected. Theodor asked Rodwell to keep an eye on Nox. Meanwhile, Nox continued his exercise routine, running through the mansion. The maids were shocked and confused, especially since he would be dueling with swords in a month. Nox wondered if he could hear their whispers but was interrupted by the system informing him that his stamina had increased by 0.1 points. That was a very small number, but it mattered because stamina was a major obstacle in his plan. His genius trait could only activate once he had at least 4 points of stamina, which frustrated him. He wished he had started with it, but his frail body prevented it. He needed to raise his stamina by 1.9 points within a month, feeling overwhelmed by the curse that cut his stamina gains in half. All that running had resulted in only 0.1 points, and his illness trait also halved growth. This meant he would need to work 4 times harder. Another problem was that his maximum stamina would be capped at 15 points, though that was a concern for later. Finally, Lone arrived with the items he had ordered the previous day, which impressed Nox. As he examined them, he believed they would help speed up his progress. Having beaten the game 27 times before, he knew exactly what he was doing. He took the items and Lona asked what they were for, looking worried because most of them were dangerous. Nox agreed but said they were only dangerous for someone without knowledge, which confused her. He then grabbed a bottle of poison and began to drink it. The maid panicked and explained that it was poison, but Nox already knew. It was the kind of poison that would give a temporary 50% stamina boost, even though it would kill him in 10 minutes. Lana was about to call for help until he waved her off. Not finished, he proceeded to eat the golden core, which frightened her even more because it would petrify his body. However, the two items together triggered a hidden effect as planned. The core was usually used to maximize defense or give life to an artificial golem, but when combined with the poison, it neutralized the toxin and removed his frailty curse. One negative trait was gone, but Lana was still panicked and asked if he was all right, only to see the exhausted boy start to remove his shirt, which confused her further. Nox stripped off his shirt, making Lona blush furiously as she watched him take another vial and pour spring water over his body. This neutralized the petrification from the golem core. The spring water and the core began to react with each other, creating an oddly pleasant sensation for the boy. Another hidden effect was activated, granting him a temporary blessing of growth that would boost his stamina gains until his stamina reached 5 points. The final touch was the scroll left on the cart. Nox grabbed it and tore it casually, doubling his stamina growth rate. Now the boy with violet eyes had broken the curse of frailty and taken other measures that would make his new stamina growth rate twice that of the average character. He felt proud of himself and clenched his fist, only to be knocked down by the maid, who began to cry and asked if he was all right. Seeing him remove his shirt made her think he had lost his mind under the influence of the poison. She began to calm down when he simply told her to fetch him a towel, but he paused as he looked at her face again. He felt he couldn't yell at Lona when he was feeling so good after breaking the curse. He told the girl he was perfectly fine, but she still wondered if he needed someone to check on him, or maybe just a little rest. However, the light-haired boy explained that he had things to do, which confused the maid until Nox said that what he had to do was run. The sun shone brightly in the sky as Nox could be seen running laps around the courtyard, Lona close behind him with a towel while someone watched from a distance. That observer murmured to herself, wondering what on earth had possessed Nox to accept a duel with his brothers when, in her opinion, he was nowhere near physically ready. This person was Talia, and her maid Ama quickly scolded her, saying it wasn't proper to speak that way about a member of the family hosting them. Talia didn't care what she said about the family and kept complaining that all Nox ever did was run. It didn't look as though he had any intention of training with a sword, and she had heard that tutors had tried to teach him but were turned away. The red-haired woman was convinced he would be defeated. Still, she couldn't get him out of her mind. Despite her maid's confusion, she decided to go out and speak with him. Talia approached Nox and greeted him, but he was inwardly puzzled as to why she was there with him. He decided to act coldly and asked what she wanted. She frowned at his attitude and assumed he behaved that way because he was impressed by her beauty. She asked the boy if he really believed he could defeat his brothers, complaining that all he did was run, a point with which Lona silently agreed. Talia offered her help, but the boy immediately refused and told her to leave. This shocked her, and she asked if that was how he treated people who offered help. In the background, Lona panicked, believing that was no way to speak to a lady. Talia scoffed and left, leaving the boy confused about what had just happened. Nox felt as if everything was slipping out of control. He checked his stats and saw how talented she was. Her stamina was even higher than the average man's in this world. Even so, she was not on the level of the 3 Supremes or the 4 Sages, but she could still claim a place just below them and would be capable of killing several demons. Her element was fire, and once awakened it would ascend to white fire, giving her the power to burn a corrupted Nox into complete destruction. With that in mind, winning Talia as a friend was not an option. He didn't know how much it might disrupt the story. He only needed to find a way to survive while following the plot. After all, befriending his future killer was pointless. A month later, Talia walked down the hallway, remembering how some people were impressed with her true talent, which matched the reputation of the Stilner family. She didn't feel that way, however, because she felt inferior to her sister. She tightened her grip on her sword as she thought about losing to that woman. Talia wondered whether she would ever be good enough to be a knight. Knights had to be capable of living a frugal life without greed and, from time to time, sacrificing themselves for justice. They also had to master countless swords and techniques. The red-haired girl sighed and thought that Nox must believe running was enough to defeat his brothers, and she was certain he had no chance. The next day, the sun shone over the two brothers who stood in the training hall with everyone including Sela, Theodore's wife, watching. Theodore asked Rodwell how he thought the match would go, and the butler wasn't sure. An announcer explained the purpose of the duel and quickly began the fight, during which Nox's brother immediately raised his sword. When Nox's father asked Rodwell for his prediction, the butler explained that years of training put Alan in the commanding position, and the father agreed. His wife glared angrily, and Rodwell wondered whether Theodore was predicting a different outcome. It was true that Nox had changed, yet Rodwell didn't believe Nox could surpass Alan unless some outrageous circumstance occurred. In Rodwell's days as a knight alongside Lord Leonhard, the art of the sword was ruled by a simple law. Mastery was measured by the time spent with the blade. The only factor that could change this was a talent beyond normal realms, a natural, overwhelming gift, but he didn't believe Nox possessed such a gift. Theodore then spoke, saying it would be unwise to dismiss other possibilities, because as far as anyone knew, any of Theodore's children could possess a gift comparable to the three Supremes. Nox thought about how unlucky he was, even in this world. He remembered that his luck stat should be high, 7 points in fact. After all that running, however, the light-haired boy still hadn't raised his stamina to 4 points. With his growth blessing, Nox had reached 3.8 the day before and was almost at his goal. Even so, Lona was still running after him and asked if he was sure she needed to keep pace. He confirmed it and let slip his real intention. He wanted her to suffer with him. Then he teased that she had one more item to clean, which made her pout. He noted it with amusement and wondered if all this running might also increase her stamina. Checking her stats, he discovered that her number was higher than the average man's. After all his hard work, he was still weaker than a side character. Lona mentioned that the sun was about to set and reminded him of his duel the next day, making him gasp heavily and feel disappointed that he didn't have enough time. When the next day arrived just before the fight, Alan called out to Nox and suggested that he give up, calling him a disgrace to the family. Nox laughed at his brother's behavior, knowing Alan simply wanted to win, and Alan admitted as much, since he hoped to impress Talia. The light-haired boy glanced at the girl before checking Alan's stamina, frowning at the high number and feeling a flicker of worry. The announcer summoned both men and declared that the duel's result could not be challenged, which only deepened Nox's concern. Losing would mean the end of his journey and cost him the chance to discover who had sent the mysterious message, as well as what life beyond his one-year deadline might hold. He gripped his sword firmly as the duel began. Alan immediately made the first move, which Nox dodged, muttering under his breath as he slid back and trembled at the force of the second strike. Nox wondered what to do while Alan laughed and continued to press the attack. Suddenly, the system announced that his stamina had increased, making him smile and murmur to himself. Alan, confused, mocked him and kept attacking. Theodore's wife sneered at the scene, convinced that one of her other sons would attend the academy instead. As the duel continued, Theodore called the display pathetic, which made his wife smile. He added that perhaps they had set their expectations too high. Rodwell suggested stopping the duel for Nox's sake, while Theodore reflected on how talented Alan and Retz were even if neither matched their eldest brother. He wondered if he would have to accept that none of his sons possessed the temperament to dominate the world. Nox refused to yield, and Theodore sighed before rising from his chair to end the duel. But then it happened. Nox felt power surge through him as a new ability activated. Alan asked if his brother had lost, but Nox triggered a skill that seemed to slow time itself. A wise person, whose name Nox couldn't remember, had once said that a genius and an ordinary man experience time differently. That was exactly what Nox felt in that moment. Everything moved in slow motion. Although this didn't instantly perfect his sword control, he was no longer held back by his former limitations. With a swift upward swing of his blade, the duel shifted. Alan's sword was wrenched from his grasp. the sudden motion making the older brother flinch as the outcome became obvious. The weapon clattered to the ground, and Alan clutched his hand, staring as Nox looked down with a cold expression. Yet Nox knew this was not the end. He understood that the skill's effect would last only 5 minutes. He wondered how best to finish everything. With quiet confidence, he told his brother that his pace was too slow and that he would end this quickly. He wanted everyone to come at him at once. Turning to his father, Nox asked for permission to face both of his brothers simultaneously. Fyodor was surprised. While Talia wondered what had gotten into the boy, Fyodor's curiosity was piqued. Despite Sela's protests, he gave his approval. The twins drew their swords as Nox kept a steady smile watching them advance while staying fully on guard. Alan told Retz to corner him, but Retz snapped at him to be quiet. Nox's hidden effect activated again, and he instinctively knew how to block every attack, slipping past their strikes and countering with blows to their shoulders. Talia watched, mouth agape, as Nox once thought the disgrace of the family dominated two of his brothers at once. The twins exchanged glances, but Nox warned them not to take their eyes off their opponent before spinning his blade in a tight arc. Another frenzied exchange followed, and Nox began to feel as if the burden of survival no longer prevented him from truly enjoying the art of swordplay. Everyone stared in shock as the twins gritted their teeth and shouted that this situation was impossible. Within seconds, both Alan and Retz were on the ground. They looked up with expressions of shock and disbelief, realizing they had finally lost the match. That was also when the system informed Nox that his moment of genius effect had ended. Nox turned to the announcer and said he believed the duel was over, and the announcer, with a nervous stammer and a grimace, confirmed it. The winner was Nox. The twins cursed under their breath, their bodies trembling as their arms dropped to their sides and their weapons clattered to the ground. The blades rang against the stone tiles, and Fyodor smiled at his youngest son, who returned the gesture with an exhausted look. Nox bowed to the audience in thanks before heading toward the exit. Before he could leave, Talia hurried over, believing this was her chance to speak with him, and stepped in front of him. The sun was beginning to set, and Nox was panting and twisting slightly, realizing that drops of blood were slipping from his mouth. This confused him at first, but then he understood it was because he had exceeded the time limit. The effect carried a colossal drawback. Using it for more than 5 minutes triggered a debuff. The debuff reduced his remaining lifespan by 2 days and 17 hours. The slow erosion of his life and strength was the worst penalty he could face right now. He now had less than a year to accomplish his goals. Thankfully, the side effect had not manifested in the arena itself, otherwise people might have begun questioning whether he was even fit to attend the academy. A voice called his name. Nox turned to see Talia's worried expression as she asked if he was hurt. She wondered aloud whether he had injured himself during the duel, making him frown and curse softly. Panic tightened his chest. Of all people, why did Talia have to come over and involve herself? Telling Theodore about these side effects would only make things worse. Nox opened his mouth to speak, only for the girl to interrupt, asking if he had really beaten his brothers under such conditions. Her words puzzled him. Talia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and guilt for misjudging him. She confessed that she had been watching him for a month and had never once seen him train seriously with a sword. The most she had heard was that he had swung a wooden blade a few times on his first day. How then had he defeated his brothers? The question led her to believe Nox was hiding a natural talent. After the duel, she had witnessed the lonely boy coughing blood, his body looking ready to collapse from exhaustion. Talia began to doubt the rumors she had heard, thinking that perhaps they were all misleading. He wiped his chin as the red-haired girl studied him, convinced he was a hard-working swordsman who had fought for his victory. She flinched when he winced, then stepped closer and asked if he was all right. Suddenly, he brushed her hand away with a sharp slap and gave her a cold stare, telling her not to touch his body. He thought about how the last 2 years spent almost entirely on video games had left him unable to socialize normally. It didn't help that she was destined to be his future killer. Talia fidgeted with her hands and explained that she only wanted to apologize. That surprised him, as she admitted she had seriously underestimated his abilities after hearing he had been frail since birth. Now she believed he must have his own reasons for focusing on building stamina. She apologized once more, acknowledging that anyone could make mistakes based on misleading stories. Knox wondered how he should respond, and noticed how modest the girl was, just as she had been in the game, a fact that surprised him, considering she was a duke's daughter. He turned away and asked her for a favor to tell no one about the bleeding she had witnessed. Without hesitation she promised, allowing him to walk away without further worry. But this would not be the last time he saw her. Time passed, and Theodore began to feel his intuition was justified. He asked Rodwell what he thought of Knox. The butler couldn't understand why the boy had been so passive at first, but he believed Knox had reached a stage that none of his brothers had achieved at his age. Theodore shared that opinion but suspected they had only seen a fraction of his son's abilities. He instructed Rodwell to continue keeping a close watch on the boy. Rodwell agreed, and Theodore wondered whether Knox might possess enough talent to inherit as the true heir. Clenching his fist, he told Odwell that the coming report would be of utmost importance. As Theodore himself seemed to have little time left, the butler bowed deeply and promised to do his best. Night fell, and Knox received a notification that he had completed a tutorial mission, though this no longer felt like a game to him despite the lingering system features. His reward for victory was 3 attribute points, and he sighed at the thought that it had taken an entire month just to gain 2 points before this. Even so, he studied his statistics and debated where to allocate them. He ultimately decided to invest all 3 in luck. The simple reason was that during his time playing the game, luck had always proven to be the most important stat. Now he could test its benefits immediately. The system also mentioned that new rewards were available, including a random skill scroll and the chance to cast a unique ability, which stirred genuine excitement within him. Theodore recognized his son's achievements and said that Knox could name any reward he desired. This greatly surprised the boy. He began to sweat, as he didn't remember this happening in the game. Theodore was usually cold and authoritarian, so Knox raised his head and asked for confirmation. His father stood up from his chair and swore upon the history of his black blade that he was telling the truth and would grant whatever Knox wished for. Knox was stunned. The older man continued, explaining that any excessive request would affect his opinion of the boy. Still, he had some faith in Knox. Knox asked for time to think, and the request was granted. He was also given permission to leave the estate whenever he wished, as long as he didn't cause a commotion like last time. The light-haired boy thanked his father, who reminded him of his family name. The next day, everyone gathered outside to say goodbye to Talia and Emma. The red-haired girl blushed as she said farewell, but Knox tried to ignore it even as she smiled at him. Rodwell told the boy that it would be polite to respond. The purple-eyed boy groaned in frustration and turned to say goodbye to the girl as well. He told her that they should meet again when she became a great knight. Talia asked what she needed to do to become one, and he replied that she needed a brave heart that did not fear spiders. The girl blushed in embarrassment and punched him in the stomach, making him regret his choice of words. He should have said wolf instead. Even so, the girl agreed and said that he should keep his neck clean to greet her blade. That sent a chill down his spine, as it was in poor taste considering what he knew about the future. Emma bowed and thanked the boy for everything he had done, including saving Talia. But he said that wasn't his intention and asked them to leave without further delay. The carriage departed, and one of the characters finally left. Knox felt that he was gradually getting used to this new and strange existence. Hey, he might even be starting to enjoy it. Another notification appeared, informing Knox that he had 146 days remaining. He sighed, realizing he couldn't get a break from those reminders. A few days later, Lona asked if he needed a new maid to attend to him at school. Knox murmured thoughtfully, about to recall something, when a knock came at the door. Rodwell entered and told Knox that he was there to introduce the maid who would serve him during his time at the academy. From that day onward, a green-haired girl greeted Knox and introduced herself as Zitri de Lobelia. The boy introduced himself in return, then opened her stats and saw exactly what he expected. She was there to spy on him for Theodore. The system reminded Knox of his impending death, making him sigh as he prepared for the day. Still, he found some comfort in the fact that he was making fast progress despite all the setbacks. Knox looked out at the balcony, knowing that he would soon be heading to the academy. Lana appeared excited about it, and asked if he was nervous. He responded with a question of his own, asking why she seemed so happy about his departure. She made a face and cried, saying she would miss him, but the boy told her to stop pretending. He knew he shouldn't waste time joking around with Lana when that time could be better spent improving his skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to handle the programs at school. After all, it was the best academy in the Empire and would certainly be full of talented students. He had to survive among them and become part of the main story to fulfill his destiny as the villain he was meant to be. Knox wondered why everything had to be so complicated. His thoughts were interrupted by another question about the new maid who would attend to him at the school. He murmured thoughtfully before Rodwell entered to greet him and introduced the very same maid Lona had mentioned. The green-haired girl introduced herself again. Knox also introduced himself and checked her stats, realizing that she was there to monitor him for his father. She still maintained the facade of being kind and caring. Theodore was one of the most powerful and cunning men in the game's universe, mainly because his sword skills weren't just due to raw talent. His rise to power was built on his suspicious nature, constantly observing everyone and everything. The maid carried Theodore's expectations upon her shoulders, and she confirmed them without hesitation, a cold look in her eyes. It was said that she was first in line for succession in the Labia family, and in exchange for her service to him, Theodore would support her restoration to that position. Zitri promised to do her best to help Knox, but Theodore didn't like the choice of her words. He glared at her, making her tremble. She bowed again and said she would watch the boy closely and report every detail to Theodore. Then she left, sighing after escaping his intimidating presence. The girl took a deep breath and removed something from her neck, looking at a family photo as she knew she could no longer hesitate. When night fell, Knox thought about how he now had a spy and wondered if she had been chosen to ensure that he wasn't possessed. That was understandable, since demonic possession was quite common in this world. After all, the original game's story began with Knox's downfall when he was possessed by a great demon. Knox believed that no one would discover his true identity, but he was still worried about Zitri. She was not a character in the main story, which Knox saw as a waste, since she was destined to be the next head of the Lobelia household. However, her uncle had murdered her parents and stolen her rightful claim to leadership. The rest of her story was predictable. The girl fled and eventually ended up as a maid for the Linheba family. Although she projected a cheerful attitude, she was desperate inside and would soon give in to despair. If Keenock remembered correctly, the girl would eventually take her own life before the first chapter of the story even began. He wondered what he should do. Should he save a character destined to die, risking altering the story's course? He understood perfectly that such an action could interfere with his plans. The next day, Knox met with both maids to tell them that he would be hunting monsters within the mansion grounds and wanted them to act as his assistants. Lona was shocked and trembled at the idea, pretending to feel ill, but Zitri interrupted and agreed without hesitation. The brown-haired girl sobbed and told Zitri not to agree to everything. Knox knew that fear was a normal reaction, which made Zitri's response all the more interesting. Knox reminded Lona of her lack of vacation days, even though she tried to get out of it. He smiled and mentioned her salary, which made the girl cry and ask what weapon she should bring. The boy chuckled. Zitri told her that she would join them after informing Rodwell. Knox thought about how he needed to focus on earning more days of life, especially now that he was free. As they rode toward the forest, Theodore watched from the window. A few days later, the forest of lost children had become just like any other forest after being conquered. A growl was heard from a gray wolf, which Knox quickly attacked and cut down. He was testing the ring's abilities while absorbing a small fraction of the wolf's life. He sighed in relief when the system informed him that his remaining time had increased by 2 hours. Knox looked around and realized he had probably hunted all the wolves in the forest, and he had only gained those 2 hours from that single session. Still, he considered it a success. His thoughts were interrupted by Zitri, who mentioned that he had been hunting for an hour and asked if he was tired. That soured his good mood, as it reminded him how long it took to hunt without his time-slowing abilities. In reality, he had gained only 1 net hour. Nox grabbed his bottle and drank, wondering what to do since he couldn't hunt monsters 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The bigger problem was that there wasn't an endless supply of monsters. He had practically wiped out the entire population in the forest. At this rate, his grand plan to prolong his life would soon fail. The purple-eyed boy sighed and wondered if there were other monsters nearby, but Zitri told him not to say such things as uninformed people might think he had gone mad. He looked at the setting sun and realized they should return to the mansion. The green-haired girl asked if he wanted her to prepare a bath, which surprised Nox, but he agreed to the suggestion. She smiled happily while Lona frantically asked what she could do as well. She ended up being assigned to tidy up Nox's room. Despite his confusion, the brown-haired girl hurried off to gather supplies while Zitri left the scene. Nox called out to the green-haired girl, wanting to ask her a question. He wondered whom she truly served. That shocked and confused her. Nox looked at her genius assistant trait, knowing that her blade was aimed at him and that he shouldn't try to claim her loyalty for himself. Zitri averted her gaze with a conflicted expression as Nox asked again, making her tremble and hesitate further. He knew the answer she wanted to give and mentioned that he didn't intend to press her anymore. He said that at least she hadn't tried to feed him a lie. Nox stated that he didn't care whom she served. He only cared that she was his servant and that she would use him just as he would use her. The boy walked away, focusing on their mutually beneficial arrangement, which was enough for both of them. When night fell, they returned to the mansion, and Lona was gossiping again, talking about how cruel Nox was for demanding so much of her time. She thought about when she asked why she had to join them and how Nox had seemed like a devil to her when he said there would be no fun without her. Zitri laughed and looked out the window. She remembered being familiar with the rumors about Nox's change of heart, which had reached her even when she was still with her family. She had assumed they were exaggerated since it was rare for someone to undergo such a drastic transformation, but it seemed to be true. After serving him for some time, she learned that he had defeated his two brothers in a single duel and had rightfully earned the privilege of representing the family's name at the academy. Nox was strengthening his position within the family, unlike Zitri, once the legitimate heir to her own family's leadership, now lost in despair. She sighed to herself and recalled the words he had told her that day, how she would use him just as he would use her. That made the green-haired girl stop writing and wonder what he truly meant. A few days later, rumors began circulating within the Linhaba mansion that Zitri had been expelled from the Lobelia family and, as a commoner, no longer deserved to serve the Linhabas. When the girl read the letter, she crumpled it. It claimed that the previous head, Darren de Lobelia, she had been accused of committing the crime of trying to bargain with the family's honor. Since Zitri was associated with Darren, her privileges were also revoked. The light faded from her eyes as she realized she could no longer remain in the mansion. Even among the families that manipulated darkness, the Linahaba family held the greatest authority. Even for service to their half-abandoned son, they would never employ a commoner without a surname. Zitri believed she would soon be dismissed and replaced. Despite this, she still tried to maintain a fake smile and greeted the other maids who had already heard the news and now looked at her with disdain. However, Luna still greeted her as she always did. This left Zitri confused and uncomfortable. She felt her hand being pulled and wondered if it was just Luna being Luna, acting out of friendship. Either way, Zitri believed that such behavior wouldn't do anyone in the mansion any good. As Lona pulled Zitri down the corridor, Nox knew that this was probably the end for her, since Theodore had likely received the same letter. He knew that all the accusations against Zitri's father were false, but he also knew he couldn't intervene. He had no way of predicting the consequences that even the smallest flap of a butterfly's wings could have on the world. Birds flew through the sky while the gray wolves of the forest continued to fall to Nox's blade. Lona shivered, thinking that the boy seemed a bit more frightening that day. The brown-haired girl whispered to herself and to Zitri, mentioning that Nox usually showed some degree of mercy but that it was completely absent today. Zitri murmured thoughtfully and wondered if she should be nervous as she looked at the blood-stained blade he had stabbed into the ground. Nox muttered to himself, wondering if he simply wasn't having the luck he had hoped for. A hidden boss is generated when the monster population in the forest drops below 20% of its usual level. The species and timing of the boss's appearance are random. If Nox had encountered and defeated one, it could have increased his attributes. He sighed and was about to dismiss the thought when he suddenly felt something rushing through the trees, catching his attention. Nox wondered what it was, but he had no time to react as it darted past him at incredible speed. He instantly knew it was the boss. Turning around, he saw that it was an elite giant wasp, a creature he knew was difficult but not impossible to defeat. His thoughts barely had time to form before he heard Zitri's voice calling his name. He turned to see the maid using her own body to shield him from the wasp's attack. It was something he probably could have blocked on his own, making Zitri's action unnecessary. Knowing this, why had she done it? How many people would throw themselves in front of a monster's attack to save someone who had so recently declared that he would use them? Gritting his teeth, Nox activated his time-slowing ability. When Zitri was younger, she had been a very clumsy child, always falling, hurting herself, and then crying, causing great worry for her parents. Her mother and father used to say she was always covered in scrapes and bruises, words that remained true even as she grew older. When Nox had asked the green-haired girl whom she served, Zitri had wondered where her loyalty truly lay. She remembered that horrible moment when a member of her family had murdered her parents and stolen the family name. Once again she questioned where her loyalty really belonged. Nox's words echoed in her mind before everything faded. When she woke up, Nox and Lona were hovering over her with worried expressions. The boy had already defeated the wasp, and he told the green-haired girl to stay with them. He was tense but tried to reassure her that they were taking her back to the mansion. Zitri thought Nox was a liar for saying he would use her. Yet he was genuinely worried about her condition. She wondered why that was just before her vision blurred and her eyes closed. Tears streamed down her face as she noticed a tremor and faint anger in Nox's voice. Back at the mansion, Theodore was reading the letter that had spread the news. Rodwell confirmed its accuracy. Theodore had taken the girl in only to use her as leverage and ultimately absorbed the Lobelia family. That family had been struggling since the death of its previous head, so this could have been an ideal opportunity for Theodore to infiltrate them. For example, he might have claimed that their heir was in danger, using the family's instability as justification. As Zitri's protector, Theodore would have had the perfect excuse to interfere and subjugate the family. However, before anything of the sort could happen, it seemed the girl had already been expelled. The older man then asked Rodwell for his opinion. The butler said that having a servant without a surname would subject Nox to contempt at the academy, so it would be prudent to remove her. Theodore agreed. Suddenly they were interrupted by another servant who rushed in to report that Nox had returned from his hunt, bringing with him Zitri, who had been injured by a monster. In an attempt to save her, Nox had used a very expensive antidote. This surprised Rodwell, who asked if the man meant the mandraken decontaminant, which the servant confirmed. Rodwell felt exhausted by the situation, while Theodore wondered if Nox had begun to develop. He had begun to develop feelings for the young servant. While Theodore believed there would be consequences for such emotions, Lana was standing over Zitri, trying to wake her up. She managed to do so, and the crying girl was overjoyed to see Zitri awake and alive. The green-haired girl wondered what had happened, and worried about Nox's reaction to what she had done. Lana explained that Nox had ordered an antidote to be used, saying it was very effective, and had even threatened the doctor to make sure it was administered. Despite her confusion, Zitri wondered why Nox would use such an expensive item on her after his earlier words. This thought made Zitri try to get out of bed to ask where Nox was. Lana mentioned that he was speaking with Rodwell and remembered that she needed to tell Nox that Zitri had woken up, so she hurried off. The sick girl got out of bed and went to a suitcase, beginning to pack as she thought about how she didn't belong there or anywhere. She grabbed her necklace, opened it to take out the family photo and wrote a note for Nox. It said that her pendant would repay her debt to him and that she would always be grateful. Zitri left the room but stopped when she saw Nox standing there asking where she was going. She froze under his cold gaze as he repeated the question. Before Zitri had been healed, Nox had asked the doctor if he valued a potion vial more than a human life. The doctor tried to explain that the issue was needing permission from Theodore or Rodwell. Nox interrupted, staring at Zitri's body and asking if Rodwell's words truly carried more authority than his own. The doctor felt guilty and said he would personally inform Nox's father about what had been done. The antidote was then administered, and Lona asked if the girl would be all right. The doctor reassured her that the poison had been neutralized, making Lona sigh in relief. Nox turned to leave the room, telling Lona to inform him when Zetri woke up. When Nox went to meet Theodore, his father was surprised, as he hadn't expected an unannounced visit from his son. Theodore seemed to already know the topic of conversation. The boy activated his positive trait, reminding his father that he still owed him a wish. Because of this, Nox stated that his wish was to keep Zetri by his side. His father looked down for a moment, while Nox reflected on his actions and beliefs up to that point. How he had been trying to preserve the story and avoid the butterfly effect. How had he known that her status as a spy was under Theodore's control? None of that mattered anymore. The moment Zetri threw herself in front of him to protect him, it became clear that, although she couldn't answer his question with words, her actions already had. Theodore decided to grant the wish, causing the boy to bow and face his father once more. Nox asked to elaborate on his wish, and was given permission. The system began warning him that his agitation was affecting his stability, but Nox continued, declaring that he would not tolerate anyone toying with his people, be it a lord or even his own father. With a cold look, Nox left the room. This brings us back to the moment when Nox found Zetri preparing to leave, leading him to ask where she was going. The green-haired girl hesitated but admitted that she was leaving because she felt she didn't deserve to stay. Her words were cut off when Nox asked where she thought she was going, given that she was still his assistant and under his service. She mentioned that Nox already knew she had been spying on him for Theodore and that she hadn't been honest. She was confused as to why he continued giving her chances, even when she had deceived him. Her tearful face asked why the boy wasn't discarding her. That made Nox smile at the real Zetri, the one hidden beneath her facade, with the look of someone who was struggling but hadn't given up on finding her way out of the darkness. Nox explained that deceit was a fate shared by all humans. Still, Zetri felt that she had wronged him, which Nox agreed with. He then asked if she planned to leave without correcting those mistakes, which confused her. The purple-eyed boy explained that she would stay and that he didn't care whether she had a family name or not. What mattered to him was her talent and her service. He told her she would redeem herself by continuing her duties at his side. Zetri grew emotional once more and agreed with his words, promising to help him for as long as necessary. Nox smiled at her response. Zetri then decided to answer his earlier question, turning to him and hoping her reply would satisfy him. He smiled back and confirmed that it did. The next day, Lana resumed her gossiping, talking about how Nox had threatened the doctor, only to be caught off guard by Nox's sudden appearance. He was surprised that she didn't even bother denying it anymore. The girl turned to Zetri and reminded her to get some rest, then ran off to handle Zetri's chores for her. Nox sighed at Lana's scatterbrained behavior and turned to Zetri, reminding her of his upcoming departure for the academy in 2 months. She said she hadn't forgotten and had already prepared the essentials, including the basic tools he would need. She hummed thoughtfully, wondering what else she had packed. Nox smiled, realizing that Zetri was no longer pretending something that suited her far better. It was convenient for him as well, as it would also save him effort. Now, he knew that neither of them would betray the other if one were cornered. The boy smiled, believing that this was enough for both of them. Later, Zetri wanted to ask the boy if he was all right, since there were some unfavorable rumors circulating about him. Nox sat down and asked about them, wondering what more there could be, since he was already used to hearing the usual ones. He soon discovered that the rumor was about the reason he hadn't admitted his personal feelings for her. The boy nearly fell out of his chair upon hearing that, wondering why he was even playing the role of Nox. He sighed and apologized to Zetri for the situation, but the green-haired girl said that hadn't been her intention. In fact, she was only worried that such gossip might make Nox uncomfortable. Nox told Zetri there were worse rumors about him, such as how the youngest Leon Huber was said to be a crude and shameless scoundrel. Zetri hesitated and was about to deny it, but he told her to lie to him if she wanted to be dismissed. That made her immediately agree that it was exactly what she had heard. There was another thing she had heard, that he was known to be lecherous around women. She wondered if that was true, making Knox feel even worse about the character he was portraying. Still, he was somewhat relieved that his reputation as a swordsman had improved compared to what it used to be. Nowadays, the rumors were about his careless talent and inflated ego, but he needed to stay in the role of a villain. After all, it was Knox's job to remain the antagonist and help the main characters shine. In the end, he wasn't the hero of the game. He told Zetri that the rumors were enough for now, as he wanted to ask her to find something. She wasn't the only one who could prepare for survival at the academy. She asked what he needed, and Knox knew it wouldn't hurt to let her know his plan given her loyalty. It might even help her perform better in her duties. With that in mind, Knox told her that he wanted to study magic before his enrollment and needed her help. This surprised the green-haired girl because of the imperial law. He knew about it, of course, and wasn't easily intimidated, but he saw it more as letting go of grudges. In any case, she understood and trusted that he had his reasons for the decision. She knew she would start by finding textbooks on the subject, which made Knox smile seeing that she already knew what to do. The boy heard a noise outside and looked out the window, hearing about someone named Gran arriving. This was a man Knox had almost forgotten, and he felt that something important was approaching, a chance to add many days to his life. Knox told Zetri that soon it would be time to leave for a distant place, making her sweat as she realized he was planning another scheme. Later that day, Theodore congratulated Gran on his graduation. This man was Theodore's second eldest son and naturally, one of Knox's brothers. Knox immediately checked Gran's stats and saw that the man was a snob and a debauchee, much like the rumors about Knox himself. However, he was also an opportunist. The reason his character wasn't widely criticized was that Knox had always been the bigger troublemaker in the family, and Gran had found an easier path to graduation through cunning and political manipulation. Each cycle, the academy accepted fewer than 1,000 students, and only half of them would graduate, so there was no way Gran had played fair. Theodore asked if his son had arranged to travel to Surpasses, making the man pause before confirming. His father knew that Gran's main duty was likely to subjugate monsters. Knox knew that Surpasses was a natural territory south of the mansion, with a desert serving as the border between them and the eastern kingdom of Tahalin. It was notoriously infertile and infested with monsters. Gran's first assignment would be to prevent a monster outbreak, which was important for him, as the reward was recognition as an imperial knight. Gran knew about the monster swarms, and Theodore mentioned that defending that territory would prevent further damage to the rest of the empire, ordering his son to defend it well. Gran agreed, but Knox knew the mission was about more than just killing monsters. This side chapter in the game was connected to many others, meaning there was much to gain. Knox caught his brother's attention and asked if he was aware that his presence would benefit from the chapter's rewards. The question surprised Gran, making him think his brother didn't understand what Surpasses was like. But Knox explained what he knew, reminding Gran of the rumors he had heard since arriving. Knox knew about Gran's emerging skill listening as his brother asked if Knox had truly conquered the forest with Zetri's help. Knox confirmed it without hesitation or nervousness, emotions that Gran's detection skill could normally perceive. This was also the secret behind Gran's mastery of manipulation and deceit. Gran also asked about the sparring match in the training hall and Zetri's assistance, both of which Knox confirmed while activating his Heart of Steel ability to counter Gran's detection. His brother smirked and said he had reasons to decline, claiming he would be too busy retrieving Knox's corpse later. Suddenly, Theodore said that Knox could go, surprising Gran. Theodore reassured his elder son and insisted that Knox accompany him. Gran tried to refuse until his father gave him a sharp, warning look. He then looked at Knox was told by Theodore to make good use of his remaining 3 days. Then Theodore left. The boy was surprised by how easy everything had been. Knox wondered if Theodore was planning something, but his thoughts were interrupted when Gran asked what Knox's plans were and if he had lost his mind. Knox replied that he had lost it a long time ago, which made Gran grab him by the collar and warn him to be more cautious, saying it would be a shame if he got hurt before even departing for Surpasses. Suddenly, someone seemed to have dropped a wine bottle. Knox turned around and saw Zetri stumbling behind him. When she tripped and the wine slipped from her hands, Knox was surprised to see it splash onto his clothes. The green-haired girl bowed and apologized for her clumsiness. She suggested that he wait in his room while she fetched a clean shirt for him, which made Gran release the boy. Nox apologized to his brother and said he would take his leave, walking away while mentioning that in 3 days they could continue to reconnect. This made his older brother grit his teeth and clench his fist. As the purple-eyed boy walked down the corridor with Zetri beside him, he thanked the maid for saving him from that conversation. But he couldn't help but sigh at the sheer number of hardships Nox seemed to attract daily. She changed the subject, asking if he was truly certain about going with Gran to Chassers. Nox interrupted her and was about to confirm when he was interrupted himself by a sharp cry from Lona, who ran up to him and asked if he had lost his mind. Nox wondered if the brown-haired girl had forgotten that he was her master, but he sighed and insisted that the decision had already been made. He didn't understand why everyone was making such a fuss about him going to Chassers. He thought it was appropriate. Zetri agreed with Lana and expressed concern for Nox's safety, believing that Chassers was far too dangerous despite his courageous spirit. As thousands of monsters and bandits were known to inhabit the land, the number didn't frighten him. Nox believed it only meant there were more things to hunt and more life for him to steal. He reassured the maids that he had plans to deal with such dangers. He was about to tell Lona and Zetri that both would remain at the mansion while he carried out the campaign alone. However, Zetri interrupted him with a firm tone, declaring that she would not allow it. The green-haired girl reminded him that she was an aide exclusively assigned to his service. Therefore, it was her duty to assist him regardless of his location, which meant she would follow him to Chassers. Nox said that would risk her getting hurt, but she was fully aware of that. She reminded him that he could also get hurt, since they were both heading to a dangerous place, especially because according to Lona, Nox was delicate. Zetri continued, asking if Nox truly believed that his delicacy would allow him to travel unassisted, considering his frequent forgetfulness and lack of experience in handling basic chores like washing clothes. She asked if he really thought a journey without help was practical. The boy ran a hand through his hair, realizing he had forgotten that this was no longer just a game. Such details of life actually mattered. If he were to die, Zetri's position in the mansion would become even more precarious, so allowing her to come with him was truly the safest choice. With that, Nox decided to agree. He told her not to slow him down and suggested that she meet Kaim, his horse. Zetri understood and was already a step ahead. She was about to mention that she already had a good relationship with Kain, which shocked Lona and made her ask how that had happened. The green-haired maid explained that she used the finest sugar cubes, which cost half of her monthly salary, but it had quickly won the horse's friendship. Lona grew jealous, complaining that she always had to feed the horse bad hay. She kept grumbling until Nox flicked her forehead and turned to leave, saying that Lona would continue her usual duties at the castle while Zetri would accompany him on the trip. He told the green-haired girl to prepare well, though he couldn't help but wonder if she was genuinely worried about his safety. A knock on the door was heard, making everyone freeze and look around in confusion. The door opened to reveal Rodwell, who informed Nox that he was being summoned to receive an item. This surprised Nox as his father wanted to give him something. He recalled Theodore's earlier words and wondered if this was related, but he would soon find out. The boy met with Theodore and mentioned the matter of the summons, which Theodore confirmed. He then wondered if his son could truly wield the item in question. Both of them looked at the blade resting in an open box. It was one that Theodore explained had once belonged to the founder of their family. Nox was astonished by the situation, as this was not what he had expected to receive at all. In all the times Nox had played the game, he had never seen or even heard of this sword, and yet even after 27 complete playthroughs, considering himself a professional, there was a sword he had never encountered. He wondered why Theodore was offering it to him, and couldn't quite understand his father's intentions, though it made him think the sword would be important later. Theodore spoke up, aware that the sword appeared humble, interrupting Nox's thoughts. His father assured him that this was the very sword the first head of their family had devoted his entire life to perfecting. As soon as he summoned the dispenser, which looked a little strange in person, Nox flipped the switch and waited, expecting to receive a normal grade scroll since his luck was higher. He nervously swallowed, recalling the colors of the different scrolls. A sphere dropped from the dispenser and burst open in a bright flash, revealing a golden scroll. Thrilled, he opened it immediately. He then used the summoner skill and knew exactly which ability to conjure to help him gather the mansion's hidden treasures. This skill would prove indispensable. Soon, however, Theodor would call his children so the conjuring could wait. The scroll revealed a skill that gave opponents with fewer points a 20% disadvantage against him, reminding Nox why he had loved the game so much. He looked out another window and remembered that Green, the second oldest son, would soon be returning to the mansion. His graduation had been some time ago, and he was coming back from night training. For now, Nox decided to rest. He believed Talia would no longer cause trouble, trusting that she would keep her promise and therefore had no reason to bother him again. The next day, however, Nox was quickly proven wrong when he saw the girl walking toward him. He asked what she wanted and she murmured something unintelligible, forcing him to ask again. This time she asked whether he could teach her how to progress as quickly as he had. Talia wanted to improve as fast as Nox, so she pleaded for his guidance. Nox began to sweat as he walked past her, asking if she truly hadn't figured out the secret after an entire month of watching him. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to deny the accusation. She ran after him, begging him to duel her, or at least to share some of his methods. The purple-eyed boy remembered that Talia longed for her sister's approval and probably sought the same from him after his earlier display. He turned, pretending to think, and told her that before asking others, she should first ask herself what she already possessed. Nox paused, unsure what else to say, but added that she needed to stop comparing herself to others. He then dashed off without another word, leaving the red-haired girl stunned and blushing, wondering if that was truly all he had to offer. Outside the building, he exhaled in relief and glanced back, hoping she wasn't following him. There was no need to have Talia by his side while he went to claim a hidden treasure. That treasure lay in the Linhaba mansion, where his father and brothers awaited his arrival. Nox was amazed when he first saw the family's horse farm in person. Having heard it was among the 3 finest on the continent, Rodwell bowed to Theodore, and his father announced that they were gathered to choose a lifelong companion horse. Nox swallowed hard, realizing the moment had finally come. Among all animals, horses held the most sacred place in both the Alinhaba family tradition and the continent's culture. Anyone aspiring to become a knight or a mage was expected to acquire a horse at an early age and form a bond that would last a lifetime. The academy even offered riding courses, and cavalry warfare was becoming increasingly common as the game progressed. Proper care of a horse also reduced transportation costs, making the choice even more critical. Their father declared that Nox, as the duel's victor, would have the first choice. He had only one chance. Theodore watched carefully as Nox stepped forward, wondering whether his son possessed good judgment. The horses neighed and Nox was struck by the quality of many of them, yet he was searching for one in particular. His gaze swept the field until it landed on a black and gray horse with visible ribs. Without hesitation, he approached and chose it. Shocking his twin brothers, Theodore frowned and suggested that Nox reconsider, as if surprised by the decision. Nox had expected such a reaction. Most people would think he was making a foolish choice. However, by using his keen eye skill, he could see the horse's stats and recognized its exceptional quality. A mount's rank could normally increase only once, but this horse had the potential to become top tier or even better when fully grown. Beyond that, it was an obsidian horse, one of the rarest breeds in the game, prized for strength and beauty. Nox knew Theodore would have claimed the horse himself if he had known its breed. For now it appeared weak, hampered by numerous debuffs and a negative trait that could kill it within days. That flaw might be worse than a crippling illness, but Nox stuck to his choice, confident he knew how to neutralize the problem. Theodore wondered why Nox had chosen that particular horse, suspecting his son saw much of himself in the animal, and had let emotion guide him. Nox's father expressed the hope that the boy would not regret his decision. As the man turned to leave, the twins were surprised to see the clear disappointment on Theodore's face. Rodwell then approached Nox, reminding him that the horse still needed a name. The gray horse rubbed its face against Nox's hand. The light-haired boy looked down, then knelt and chose the name Carl, the same name he had always used in the otherworldly game. It carried deep meaning for him. Carl's new home turned out to be Knox's own room. Humming thoughtfully, Knox knew he needed to keep his next move secret from everyone. Keeping the horse in his room was the best way to do that. The horse stared into his eyes as if to say it could not simply give up on life. That feeling resonated with Knox, as they both clung to any small chance they had. Noticing Lona outside his door, Knox called for her, making a mild threat that caused her to stumble inside. She was shocked that he had discovered her presence, but he brushed it off as obvious. He informed the maid that starting today she would be responsible for the horse. The long-haired girl pouted and turned away with an unhappy expression, clearly irritated because she had been the one to make his bed. Knox ignored her reaction and simply explained that the horse was sick and needed delicate care. Carl's weak condition worried Lona, reminding Knox that his future plan for the horse would terrify most people. He wondered if Lona could handle it. 3 days later, a scream echoed from Knox's room. It was Lona announcing that Carl had died. Knox exhaled at the scene. He had anticipated the horse's death all along. Still, he understood Lona's sadness. She had grown attached to the animal. This outcome, however, was inevitable. Knox had known from the beginning that saving Carl was impossible. He told the girl to stop crying because she was distracting him, a statement that left her completely confused. His explanation that Carl would soon return to them only deepened her bewilderment. Luna began to wonder if the horse's death had affected his sanity. Sighing, Knox instructed her to step back. He then took out a scroll, unrolled it on the floor, and channeled his magical energy into it. The scroll emitted a bright flash, and Luna watched in shock. She could not help but wonder if he was truly using magic. Even though it was against the law, the distractions around him threatened his control over the power. Frustrated, Knox shouted at her, asking if she wanted to see Carl die a second time. If that was not her goal, he demanded her silence. She obeyed immediately. Knox needed intense concentration because he still could not fully control his mana, and his mana sensitivity trait was dormant. Moreover, the Empire's law was strict. Only members of the royal family were allowed to use their magical energy before the age of 15. This rule gave the royals a major advantage in magical training, often leading them to greater achievements. Since Knox was not of royal blood, his only option was to release as much magical energy as he could summon. He felt a pulsing sensation in his hands and wondered if this was the true feeling of wielding magic. Smiling as he prepared his unique skill, Conjure, he knew there was no room for error. He was about to use dark magic when the image of a skeletal hand holding a book flashed before his eyes. The system informed him that he could now summon Carl back as an undead pet and asked if he wished to proceed. He agreed without a second thought. A glow enveloped the horse, lying before the open book. Knox remembered that the undead in the game shared two common traits. They were resurrected with dark magic and shadow-type energy, and they retained their consciousness after death, while gaining enhanced strength and absolute loyalty to their master. However, there was a complication. Only one family, the Marbos family, possessed the power to create such beings, as they were masters of the darkness element. They were similar to the Linhabas, but instead of knights they were dark mages. Knox wondered if characters outside that family could ever acquire these abilities. The answer had always been a firm no unless one possessed the Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead, which he had just invoked. Shadowy hands burst from the ground and wrapped around Carl as black liquid dripped from Knox's mouth. Lona watched in horrified shock, but he ordered her to remain silent, needing more time to channel his energy. He groaned with the effort, coughing up more blood as his magical energy drained. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. He looked up to see the horse rise and neigh loudly. Knox had succeeded. He gazed at Carl, now his undead pet, and saw a new gleam in the horse's eyes. Panting from exhaustion but thrilled to have accomplished something so profound, Knox stood as Lona, tears of worry still in her eyes, watched him call to Carl. The undead horse trotted to his side. Checking Carl's stats, Knox was pleased to see that the negative trait had vanished, replaced by the expected enhancements. He informed Knox told the horse that from this day forward he would be its master. Carl seemed to make a satisfied sound as Knox stroked him. Both boy and horse were startled when Lana suddenly hugged them. Knox was confused as she began to cry. overwhelmed with worry after seeing him cough blood and already distressed about Carl. The horse snorted and pulled away from Lona, apparently offended, which was surprising since she had been the one caring for him. While she started scolding the horse, Knox's thoughts shifted to his next objective, the search for the mansion's hidden treasure. A few nights later, Knox left his room, passed through the stables and headed toward a forest. He carried a few items, relieved to find the paths exactly as he remembered from the game. He tucked the items away, thinking about the second hidden treasure located in the woods. Failing to find it would mean he would not die. It was the key to slowing the progress of the illness that limited his life. A rustling in the bushes put him on high alert, but he quickly told himself he was just nervous. Still, he could not shake the feeling that this was no longer just a game. He looked at a wooden sign warning people to stay away. It declared this was the Forest of Lost Children, a place where people wandered and died. Knox entered the forest, and the system notified him that failing to complete this stage would result in his death. A breeze stirred the leaves as the light-haired boy moved through the tall grass. He remembered the details of this forest well. It was strictly forbidden because of its total darkness and the thick fog that could disorient even the most skilled individuals. The name was fitting. Anyone who entered was practically lost. It was important to remember that it was the Forest of Children Lost. This meant adult characters gained no reward for clearing the monsters inside, and the creatures became several times more hostile toward adults. Knox had learned that lesson the hard way while playing. In terms of difficulty, the forest ranked at least 2.5 out of 5 stars. Back in his old world, he hadn't cared about the reward, but now it was exactly what a dying man needed. He ventured deeper and lit a torch, watching the flame flicker brightly. The trick to navigating the forest was to watch the direction of the smoke and then walk the opposite way. Knox was about to do exactly that when he decided to deal with something else first. He called out to the person hiding in the bushes. Silence was the only answer. Sighing, the boy drew his blade and slashed through the brush, followed by a scream that echoed through the forest. Before this, Tia had been surprised that Knox was unimpressed by her beauty. The situation had left her confused. Emma had begged the red-haired girl to stop following Knox, worried she would be blamed. Tia, however, was not concerned. Later that night, Emma walked the halls, still uneasy, knowing that Talia possessed talents much like her sisters. With a sigh, Emma went to check on the red-haired girl, only to find her room empty. Panic and confusion seized the maid. Before she could process what had happened or wake the household, the leaves in the forest rustled again. Talia sat on the ground with an embarrassed expression as Knox stared at her in perplexity. She greeted him and was about to explain her presence when another rustle made him pull her behind him, just as something emerged from the bushes. It was a gray wolf. Talia was shocked to find gray wolves living in a forest so close to the mansion. She swallowed hard, realizing she had no real weapon to defend herself. The wolf growled and stepped closer before letting out a howl, undoubtedly calling its pack. More howls answered in the distance. The wolf growled again, but Knox merely smiled, lunging forward and slashing the creature across the chest. A second cut to the neck brought the wolf crashing to the ground, dead. The girl stared in astonishment at the boy, now splattered with blood on his face and clothes. He again asked why she was following him, which made Talia blush and invent an obvious lie. Knox had no patience for it, and threatened to leave her there if she didn't tell the truth. His bluntness shocked her and she grabbed his wrist, starting a halting explanation. It wasn't a complete lie, but she wasn't getting to the point. Knox sighed inwardly, realizing that Talia was overestimating his abilities. Surprisingly, he felt no resentment toward her. He was also amazed that a girl could be so reckless as to follow someone into the forest in the middle of the night. Still, he decided to let her stay, since he couldn't simply abandon a main character in the woods. However, he made one thing clear: he was not helping her. He was only keeping her alive to avoid a feud between their families. Talia felt a pang of guilt, and Knox hoped she had learned her lesson, but the girl kept talking, trying to thank him, something that caught him off guard. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of more wolves. They growled loudly as they began to circle the pair. Knox still held the torch, as a chill ran down Talia's spine. Suddenly Nox shoved her aside, telling her to stay behind him. He handed her the torch, explaining she would only get in the way of his sword if she tried to fight. Things were not going as planned, so Nox needed to focus. This forest was part of the prologue, not the main story. That meant there would be no stage boss. One less thing to worry about. However, there would still be an elite monster, just one step below a boss, and it was likely to be an elite gray wolf. The wolves continued to growl before attacking. Nox knew that simply identifying the threat would not make things any easier. He slashed at the wolves that approached, feeling as if he were constantly living on the edge. Another wolf leapt at him from above. It was time to set aside his pride and face the challenge, just as he used to do in the other world. Gripping his sword tightly, he tried to remember his mantra. Once it came to him, he cut down more wolves and exhaled in relief. Talia watched in admiration, convinced that Nox was not even fighting at full strength and wondering if he had hunted wolves before. His earlier words echoed in her mind, making her think he considered her sword skills inadequate. The wolves kept howling while Nox held his ground, knowing what was coming. He heard a rustle in the grass as a much larger animal emerged into the clearing. The elite gray wolf. Back at the mansion, servants carrying torches searched for Talia. They found footprints leading into the forest, which they assumed belonged to Nox and Talia. A wave of fear swept over the servants who knew the horrors of that place. Emma collapsed in worry, insisting that they had to follow. Rodwell immediately stopped her, saying they could not, which confused the maid. He explained that this was a forest even the Lianba family had never conquered. For the family, the forest was a symbol of shame. Admitting that an area within their own property remained unexplored was like publicly declaring their incompetence. What the Lianabas did not know was that only children who had not yet reached adulthood could truly succeed in the forest. Rodwell wondered why Nox had entered, noting the cautious nature of the footsteps which showed no signs of struggle or kidnapping. That meant Nox had walked into the forest willingly. He clenched his fists, no longer able to deny that Nox had truly changed. His old self was gone. He told the others there was only one way for them to return. Nox would have to find his own way back. Emma, tears still in her eyes, listened to the distant howls of the wolves, which only heightened her fear. She felt as though she had allowed Talia to walk to her death. The red-haired girl seemed to draw a dagger from her ankle, and Nox quickly noticed that fear had not destroyed her focus. He reminded her to stay out of the fight to conserve her strength, and to run as soon as they were attacked. Nox knew this was not the time for a life-or-death lecture with an elite gray wolf nearby, but he wanted the girl to remain alert and was glad she stayed vigilant. Still, he could not trust her to guard his back yet. Because of that, Nox activated his ability to slow time, intending to defeat the elite wolf with a single strike. The wolf seemed to mock him as it crouched, making Nox realize its plan. At that moment the other wolves charged. Nox dealt with them easily, but they suddenly stopped, which puzzled him. Then he saw the elite wolf rise and growl. Several wolves ran forward and leapt toward him. He tried to focus on a few, but he could not counter all four at once. One stayed behind him, growling as it lunged. The light-haired boy spun around just in time to see the wolf stabbed in the throat with a dagger. He realized the strike came from Talia, who shouted for him to be careful. He looked up and saw the red-haired girl in the trees. She knew he had told her to run, but she simply could not. The boy was surprised to see that Talia was truly helping him. Talia called out to the light-haired boy, asking if he was all right and hoping he had not been hurt in the near attack. Nox was startled by the girl's determination, but his thoughts were interrupted by a growl. He turned and cut down two more wolves. He assured her he was fine, which made her sigh in relief, though he could not help feeling that he must look pathetic. Nox exhaled, then realized his body was trembling. The side effects of using his abilities for too long were already showing. It was frustrating, especially at such a critical moment, because something was now rising from the ground. It was the elite wolf. The boy with violet eyes smiled, tightening his grip on his sword as he watched the elite wolf circle him. Suddenly it lunged, surprising Nox as it rushed past and darted back into the forest, leaving him completely confused. Silence settled over the clearing as the boy tried to understand what had just happened, until he heard a rustle. He turned, but it was too late. The elite wolf streaked past him again, leaving a deep gash in his side. Talia looked on in alarm, calling out to Nox as the wolf retreated once more into the forest, leaving the boy silent as he clutched his shoulder. He clenched his teeth, sensing that this attack in the forest had gone entirely wrong, even though it had been his own decision to enter. It was his own doing. It was a logical feeling, as real life was very different from a video game. The boy frantically looked around. Silence continued as Nox considered how the monster was coordinating attacks with its pack and now using the environment to its advantage. He heard the leaves rustle before advancing again. Nox identified its location and immediately swung his sword at the monster. However, the wolf suddenly stopped, preventing Nox from landing a hit. He was surprised when the snarling canine attacked again. The light-haired boy realized that the wolf was waiting for him to make a big move that would expose his own weak point. His hands gripped the sword and he ground his teeth, groaning until blood began to trickle from his mouth, increasing his frustration. The wolf leapt at him and everything seemed to move in slow motion. Nox's life flashed before his eyes. He thought about how he had already completed this game several times, yet he had been overconfident in a situation like this. Nox wondered if he was truly stupid enough to think he could do anything. He knew this was not how he had imagined his death. The boy closed his eyes tightly, preparing for a second end, but it never came. A sound cut through the air and the surprised boy opened his eyes to see the dog crying with a dagger embedded in its eye. He realized that if he had weak points to expose, the elite gray wolf did too, and the only person who could have revealed them was not him. Nox gripped his sword and let out a battle cry, plunging the blade into the wolf's stomach. Blood spattered everywhere until the beast collapsed to the ground. The boy also fell, completely exhausted from the side effects of his abilities. He gasped as Talia screamed in concern, realizing that the other wolves were still alive. Despite this, his fears eased slightly when he saw the remaining wolves whimpering and retreating. The red-haired girl jumped from the trees and ran to the boy, asking if he was okay. He reassured her while wiping the blood from his mouth and was about to say that he owed her a lot, but stopped himself, remembering that she was technically an enemy, the very person destined to kill him in the future. Nox stepped back and reassured her again, though his tone was colder this time as the elite wolf's bite still hurt. The boy stood and said it was only a superficial wound, which brought some relief to the girl. Then she turned her head and saw a spider crawling on her shoulder. The sight of the arachnid sent a chill down her spine, making her scream. The boy was confused, turning to see if more monsters had appeared. She grabbed him, tears streaming, leaving him even more bewildered. Talia trembled and muttered about the spider to herself and Nox. She looked again, screamed once more and made the boy stagger. Nox sighed and laughed at the fact that the red-haired girl was afraid of spiders. He moved her aside, saying that she should not have followed him into a forest if she was so afraid. Talia asked if he really was not scared of them, but Nox responded by asking if any knight would fear spiders. This embarrassed the girl and she tried to defend herself. With her out of the way, he finally felt he could breathe, but then Nox began groaning again, which worried Talia. He tried to tell her it was none of her concern. Nox thought about how the girl had not interfered during the fight and had even saved his life in a way. He felt incredibly grateful, even if he would never directly admit it to her. But now Nox needed to find a way out, as his objective had been achieved. The sun began to rise, and Talia continued crying, feeling that everything was her fault. Rodwell stood there, wondering if things had gone terribly wrong. Atelia's disappearance could easily escalate into a dispute between their families, and that would not be the only consequence. There were other reports of children from the mansion disappearing into the forest, which would make the family's incompetence a matter of public debate. Rodwell's attention was drawn to the forest, where the mist was beginning to dissipate. Everyone was surprised, and the commissioner's mouth fell open in astonishment. Emma ran to Rodwell to ask if this meant they had been defeated, and Rodwell agreed. Their only hope was becoming reality. Emma's eyes filled with tears of hope as she saw Nox and Talia emerging from the forest. The other servants began to wonder if Nox had truly succeeded. Rodwell could not organize his thoughts, but one thing became clear: the succession of the Lee family leadership would not be peaceful. Nox asked why everyone was gathered there, and ran to embrace Talia, tears still streaming down his face. The commissioner explained the situation, and Knox seemed surprised that everyone was so concerned about the family's black sheep disappearing. Then the boy turned to see Emma grab Talia, lifting the girl with an angry expression and saying that she would recite the codes of conduct. Talia panicked and tried to apologizing, but Emma continued, saying that the head of the Steiner family would give the lesson. Knox was surprised to see that the maid was so strong. Emma expressed her gratitude to Knox, to which the boy replied that he had not intended for Talia to follow him, but added that she had proven herself capable and did not deserve a punishment that was too harsh. This caught Talia off guard. Later they returned to the mansion, where Knox began to remove his blood-stained clothes. He was still surprised by the crowd waiting for him, but none of that mattered now. He had finally obtained the hidden treasure he had been searching for. It was a ring that slightly increased his stats, but also had a special effect. It allowed the wearer to absorb small fractions of an opponent's lifespan upon defeating them. The stronger the opponent, the more life the wearer could take. This was the only artifact of its kind. Of course, the ring alone could not save him from death. It was not as if he could prolong his life indefinitely, as the description specified that it only absorbed small amounts. Still, it gave him hope. He put it on knowing it was better than nothing. He could feel his stats rising slightly. He called for Lona knowing she was outside. The maid asked if he could see through things, to which he replied, maybe. This made Lona embarrassed, thinking he might see beneath her clothes. Knox lightly tapped her head and the girl wondered if he had grown stronger as he rubbed the spot. Changing the subject, he told her that they would have an arm wrestling match. She seemed confident as she agreed to his terms. He would increase her salary if she won and decrease it if she lost. As they counted down, Knox slammed his arm down the instant they began. She was in disbelief and begged the boy not to lower her salary, but he mentioned having heard from a certain maid that he was the family's famous troublemaker. He smiled at her while Lona continued pleading. Suddenly Knox's weakness activated, causing his wrist to fracture and giving him a chill. Knox was disappointed and told Lona to just bring him some ice and a towel. He sighed, trying to focus on the joy of winning the ring. He knew he should prioritize rest, but he hated being hit by a combination of ailments. Elsewhere it seemed someone was trying to remember Knox's face, knowing his name from another world. Cow and the Black Fire Ring, the two hidden treasures of the Leon Raba mansion. The sun shone over the mansion and Knox realized that even with both treasures in his possession, he was condemned to months of confinement, with no chance to use them. Knox looked at the plaque inside, opening it and muttering to himself. He felt he should not face any consequences, considering he had conquered the forest that no one else dared to enter. He asked Lona if she agreed, turning to the maid, who seemed excited to say anything. Knox remembered that his salary could also be reduced for not keeping her happy. She quickly and nervously agreed, while the boy collapsed on the sofa. It was frustrating for him. He was beginning to feel comfortable with his new life, and seeing Carl grow brought him great joy. This confinement could not continue. It was not just about these things. His death was approaching rapidly, and he knew he would die before 6 months had passed. This was something he knew thanks to a system notification. These alerts seemed more concerned with his remaining time than he was himself. His body trembled before he got up from the chair and told Lona that he would speak to his father to regain his freedom. She was about to tell him his bath was ready but was interrupted by a knock. The door opened, revealing Rodwell, who greeted him with a bow. The boy was surprised both by the butler's presence and the message that Theodore wanted to speak with him. Corpses of knights and monsters were scattered across the ground as Theodore recalled the fateful night, now known in history as the night of the massacre. Monsters had screamed, advancing toward the man, who held his dark sword before cutting down the enemies in his path. Images of advancing demons, piles of human bodies and pure carnage flashed through his mind, making him feel more like a plague than a battle. Theodore looked toward the horizon, sensing a heavy dark energy around him. This reminded him that he needed one of his children to inherit his sword, the Conqueror. Someone with average potential would not be enough. The man wondered who would be the right choice, who possessed talent strong enough to one day surpass him. A knock resounded, and Rodwell informed Theodore that Knox was on his way, to which Theodore acknowledged. He thought about how even he had failed to solve the forest's mystery and that Nox's achievement deserved recognition and a reward. Unsurprisingly, the Omebagros had interfered and blocked the acknowledgement. It was difficult for them to believe that Nox had changed, and they demanded a full investigation to confirm that the forest had truly been conquered. This was something even Theodore could not ignore, as an investigation would be necessary in any case. Nox entered the room and greeted his father. Theodore mentioned the boy's past wrongdoings, likely referring to the time before his reincarnation, of which Nox was fully aware. Regardless, Nox asked how he could demonstrate his ability to handle the sword, to which his father simply told him to hold it. The boy took it and lifted it, only to suddenly feel a heavy and dark aura emanating from the blade. He realized that it was absorbing his magical energy, and he noticed that the color of the blade had also begun to change. This made Theodore stand up when he saw his son feeling the flow of energy. The boy nodded, and his father explained that the sword absorbed the wielder's magic before multiplying it several times. This surprised Nox, and he asked if it was a blade not to be handled lightly. He was interrupted by the sword absorbing his magical energy once again. The system warned the boy that his magical energy was being depleted at an alarming rate, negatively affecting his actions, which worried him. Theodore spoke again, saying that if Nox wanted to be the next owner of the sword, he had to hold it for a full 10 minutes. That was something Nox could hardly imagine. Theodore said that the sword was called Stormbringer. The sword was currently under containment, and the system informed Nox that it would absorb magical power while converting it into attribute points and also emit amplified magical power. This information wasn't helping Nox much at the moment, as he was trembling from how negatively it was affecting him. Nox soon realized that his magical energy had been completely drained. Then the sword decided to use his life as an alternative fuel source. This confused him, as the system warned that his remaining lifespan was rapidly decreasing, which deeply worried the boy. He believed he needed to let go of the sword for his own safety. However, Nox noticed that his hands wouldn't release the sword, no matter how hard he tried. This frustrated him, as he was upset about the situation he was trapped in. Theodore observed, thinking about how Stormbringer was quite a wicked weapon, one that would lead its wielder to destruction in exchange for its power. The fame and legacy of their family came from that very blade, yet none of the descendants of its first owner had ever managed to master it. Most who tried had fainted the moment they touched it, something Theodore had witnessed many times. Therefore, if anyone could last 10 minutes on their first attempt, it would be a true achievement. Even Theodore himself had only managed to last an hour after years of training with it. Still, something in him pushed him to test the 14-year-old boy who had not yet developed his magic. When Nox saved the dying young maid, it became clear that amid all the recent disturbances, Nox was at the center of it, which could hardly be a coincidence. The boy was growing, and his potential was beginning to reveal itself. Theodore wondered if the boy would surpass his expectations as he watched Nox fall to his knees, still holding the blade. Perhaps Nox's talents could rival those of the three Supremes. The mere thought was reason enough for Theodore to test him. Would he be able to endure the required time? Theodore believed that Nox would become the most powerful leader in the history of the Lion Rubbers. Nox pointed the blade toward the ground as cracks began to form beneath him, panting heavily. While Theodore believed that his son had the potential to surpass him, the boy gritted his teeth and turned toward the older man, who mentioned that he suspected Nox was hiding great power within himself. Nox was about to ask what was happening when his father walked past him, saying that the sword now belonged to Nox, but that didn't make Nox happy, considering that he had lost much of his lifespan. 3 days later, it was time to depart for Chatos. Zatre felt pleased, mentioning how kind it was of Theodore to give the boy a bag to store all his belongings. Even so, Nox was still unhappy, which confused Zatre, as she thought he had been excited about the expedition, yet he seemed so upset. He sighed and wondered if he should feel grateful to his father for the bag after the sword had consumed most of his remaining life. He looked ahead at Gran, who was talking with the others. Nox knew that his brother had taken a small fortune and exaggerated his burden in joining them, but Nox didn't care. He would use his brother as well. Shouts were heard as trouble arose regarding the route to Chatos. This angered Gran, who was irritated with a man named Ron hired by Gran to guide them. The men argued and Zetri looked at Nox, who called the guides fools for leading them the wrong way. He then went to his brother to discuss the problem. Gran tried to wave him off, but Nox continued speaking, which seemed to annoy Gran further. Nox asked if it didn't concern him that he might be able to find the right path for them. Gran didn't believe his brother thought he could act as a guide. Nox suggested using his talent for just one day, as many of their subordinates had said he possessed a remarkable talent for finding paths. Gran had his doubts but was still surprised by the claim, while Zetri looked equally astonished, though her expression was due to how casually Nox was lying without hesitation. A late arrival could cause serious problems, but if Nox failed to do what he had claimed in front of everyone, this was supposed to weaken Nox's spirit and bring satisfaction to Gran. After all, risking a slightly longer journey wasn't the worst choice. So Gran decided to allow it, which made Nox smile and tell everyone to follow him. Later that day, a camp was set up for everyone to rest during the night. Gran complained to his guides about how Nox had managed to find the path so quickly, especially since they were in a territory where even the most experienced guides had trouble navigating. The older brother continued his furious complaints, while Nox silently observed from a distance, knowing it was easy for him since he already knew the paths from his previous experience in games. Territories was a strategic location he had visited hundreds of times before. Zetri, however, wanted to ask the boy directly how he managed to find the way so quickly. Nox claimed that the terrain had helped him. She was confused until she noticed claw marks left by a demonic bear, a type of monster native to the southern region, often found near the southern borders of Cheritors. This information surprised the green-haired girl but also worried her about the possibility of an attack. Nox reassured her, saying that bears were afraid of fire. Those nearby whispered among themselves about how different Nox was and how he might even surpass his well-educated brother from the academy. This made Gran even more irritated, and he asked one of the servants to confirm Nox's success against the twins, which Schutz confirmed. With that, Gran wanted to witness the boy's abilities for himself. Schutz said there was a perfect item to help with that, pulling out a bag that made Gran laugh wickedly as he looked toward Nox. Later that night, everyone went to sleep, and even the guards seemed drowsy. A monster rustled through the trees toward the camp, something Nox had already expected. He already had the blade in his hand before standing up and telling Zetri not to leave the tent. The leaves rustled in the wind as Nox stepped outside and faced 4 monsters he recognized as ogres. Although he knew the camp should have been protected from monsters, the boy looked toward what he suspected had drawn them there. The mud scattered around must have been mixed with ogre pheromones, attracting the creatures, whose senses were heightened during mating season. They wouldn't have been able to resist. Nox knew the trap must have been Gran's idea to put him in danger, but he wasn't alarmed by their presence. He even greeted the ogres as he drew Stormbringer. The monsters growled before charging at the boy, who blocked their attack, leaped into the air and drove his blade into the back of one of them. The other ogres swung their clubs at him, but he moved faster, slicing through them as he passed. Their screams of pain echoed as Nox looked down at the dark sword, realizing that all his worries about it draining him had been wrong. He smiled before continuing the slaughter, feeling as if the sword could read his mind and move ahead of his thoughts. Only one ogre remained, staggering, dropping its weapon and trying to flee. However, Nox whistled for Cal, who transformed into his true form. Nox mounted him and galloped toward the ogre, cutting it down in one swift strike. He let out a sigh of relief upon seeing that his remaining lifespan had increased by 1 day and 9 hours. His thoughts were interrupted when Zetera peeked out and asked if everything was all right. He reminded her of his earlier request, but she ignored his words, shocked at the sight of the ogre's corpses. She asked if she should call the night patrol. Nox said it wasn't necessary. The ogres had been invited. This confused her until he explained that it had been Gran's idea to pit the ogres against them, which was why Gran's tent was so far away. Zetra asked if that meant Gran was plotting to restrain Nox, which the boy confirmed without hesitation. He explained that he likely posed a potential obstacle to Gran's pursuit of leadership of the house. Thus, Gran probably wanted to test Nox's abilities. Such cowardly schemes were likely the only way he could gain a decisive advantage over Garin, his older brother, who was a superior swordsman. But Gran was about to learn that such tricks didn't work on Nox. The boy picked up a vial and asked Cetra if she knew what provoked ogres even more. He then squeezed ogre blood into it, explaining that it was what enraged them. Just like humans, ogres couldn't let go of vengeance when their kin were killed. Owls hooted through the night as Gran was awakened by the humming of crystal orbs. This confused him since they only made that sound in the presence of a monster's magical energy. He wondered what was happening until he heard pounding noises as his servants rushed in to tell him they were under attack. Gran ran out of his tent and saw swarms of ogres. A chill ran down his spine as he hoped they wouldn't target him. The sun finally rose as everyone fought off the monsters and began cleaning up the aftermath. Gran was yelling and kicking in frustration for possibly having made a mistake, though even his servant looked bewildered. Meanwhile, Nox appeared completely unbothered by the situation and simply asked Zetra if she agreed that it was a beautiful morning. She agreed and mentioned that breakfast was ready, though she also told Nox that the maids hadn't yet. The maids did not sit with their masters, but Nox said that this was not the case now, as there were far worse situations, such as the swarms of ogres that had attacked Gran's tent. This made Zetri glance at him with mild disdain as she sighed, remembering the audacity of the person she served. Nox laughed and began to eat while watching the tents being dismantled, noticing that they weren't throwing away the blood-stained ones. The girl asked what they were going to do about it, and Nox pretended not to know. Zetra explained that the bloodstains would attract more ogres, but that was something Nox already knew, and it was exactly what he wanted. However, he didn't tell her that to avoid her complaints. This was the perfect opportunity to gain more lifespan. After finishing his breakfast, he realized that he would soon need more ogres. In the distance, Nox heard a loud crash and told the green-haired girl that they should rejoin the others. Meanwhile, a lone ogre wandered through the forest until it seemed to sense something. It turned around in confusion before being suddenly overpowered and killed within seconds. It was already the second day of their journey, and Nox had successfully mapped the area's topography, which made him feel relieved. Given the journey's progress, Gran asked Nox about his plan concerning the ogres that were chasing them, wondering if it was possible to shake them off. Nox confirmed that it was. He said they could choose to calm the disturbance, but that would also attract other monsters. Therefore, it would be wiser to leave the forest quickly. However, Gran didn't believe his words and grew irritated that the soldiers were beginning to follow Nox's orders instead of his own. Another soldier approached and asked Nox why he was stepping on the ground. It was because he knew that some monsters were known to emerge from below, which caused panic among the others. The boy looked down and confirmed it, explaining that they were crossing a particular kind of habitat. When everyone began to feel the ground tremble, Sakri grew frightened, and screams echoed around them. Nox announced that the worm was coming as he saw it emerge from the earth. The creature resembled a giant worm or a python, but such appearances hid the fact that it was actually a malformed dragon, one that couldn't use magic due to its condition. Nevertheless, it was still powerful. It wasn't uncommon for dozens of ogres to try fighting it, only to meet a collective end. This was also the reason Nox had been looking for such a monster, watching it devour a horse while the others had no idea that he had been stomping on the ground intentionally to lure it. The boy turned to the others and told them to hide in the bushes, which confused them. Nox smiled, remembering that he had told them the ogres wouldn't be a problem. In truth, that wasn't technically wrong. Even though sending the ogres away hadn't been part of his initial plan, he saw new swarms of them emerging from the forest. Zetri wore a worried expression, terrified by the legion of ogres. But Nox reassured her and asked if she knew which creatures a worm liked and hated the most. She looked confused before flinching at the thunderous rumble. Nox explained that the answer to both was the same: ogres. As the two species began to clash, the boy explained that ogres were the worm's favorite prey, but they were also far from being allies. Thus, an experienced adventurer should know how to turn such situations to their advantage. The worm roared and crushed one of the ogres, while the others swung their clubs at it. Everyone watched in shock as the two species tore each other apart. Gran clenched his teeth, wondering if Nox had predicted this outcome. Sakri asked if they should just wait, but Nox had other plans. The boy with violet-colored eyes observed the battle and began throwing small stones at the ogres, confusing Zachary as to how that could possibly help. As the ogres continued to die, the system notified Nox that his energy was increasing along with his lifespan, extended by 8 hours for every ogre defeated. It wasn't something he would explain to the green-haired maid, but he needed to improve his stats. Soon Nox realized that all the ogres were dead. Gran wondered what the plan was now since Nox couldn't face the worm alone. Then Nox stood up and ordered the soldiers to aim for the worm's mouth. There was hesitation at first, but they eventually followed his command. As the boy activated his time-slowing ability and charged forward, arrows and spears moved sluggishly through the air. Nox leaped and slashed the worm several times, spinning before landing gracefully. When the ability ended, the worm exploded in a burst of blood from his attacks. His lifespan increased by 10 days, more than expected, but he was pleased to see that large monsters benefited him so greatly, though it wouldn't have been as easy without the ogres. When Nox's stamina reached 5, his temporary trait expired, a side effect of using that scroll all that time ago. It was unfortunate, but at least he had managed to get this far. Nox clenched his fist as everyone stared at him, cheering for his skill. He was about to respond when more cracking and rumbling sounds erupted. Another worm burst from the ground. Nox was a little surprised by the presence of a second worm. However, he would soon. Nox was even more surprised when someone shouted for the others to get out of the way, as the worm was immediately cut down and killed by a new person. This person wearing a monocle was someone Nox recognized, and he wondered why she was there. Nox questioned what this monocled person was doing here, recognizing the character immediately. Everyone else also recognized who this person was and knew that they were a student of a man named Chelsis, the genius swordsman, the strongest unit in the universe, and one of the 3 supremes alongside Theodore. This man was called Paracelsus. The new man asked if the rules of nobility dictated that they should refrain from expressing gratitude when saved. Nox remembered that this was also the man who harbored great hatred toward the nobility. Schultz felt offended on Green's behalf, and asked if Paracelsus knew who Green was, but Paracelsus only gave a passive-aggressive reply. Paracelsus then introduced himself, saying he was a kind of mercenary. Nox recalled how it was expected that this man would despise nobles, given his background. More importantly, he wasn't supposed to appear in this scene until the Academy chapter began. In his previous life, Nox had played this game countless times, but Paracelsus had never appeared before the start of the academic year. The boy wondered what was happening, clenching his fist as he looked at Paracelsus and considered what he should do next. The sun began to set as the group rode across the terrain. Green tried to converse with the mercenary, asking if he was also heading to Chatters. Paracelsus confirmed and said he was going there to hunt monsters. That made Nox think. He remembered that Paracelsus was a man who traveled across various kingdoms of the empire to prepare before the start of the academic year. Thus, Nox wondered if the kingdom he traveled to each time was chosen randomly. Green noticed that Paracelsus was traveling alone, which showed the man's confidence in himself and his abilities. Then Green mentioned that he paid his men well and asked if Paracelsus would be interested in joining the campaign against the monster wave. Paracelsus looked at Nox's brother with a raised eyebrow, murmured as if thinking, then stepped away and said he was intrigued by the idea of working under the Lenhuber family. Nox watched from a distance as Schultz tried to defend and take offense on Green's behalf, but Green interrupted and waved his hand to stop him. Instead, he told Paracelsus to take his time and consider the offer carefully. Green had seen this man slay a worm with a single strike, so he wanted him under his command to regain the confidence of the soldiers that Nox had taken from him. The group finally arrived at their destination, which Nox announced to the others while looking ahead and noticing how much more desolate the place appeared in real life than in the game. They were allowed through the gate, and Green clicked his tongue as he saw rats running around, but his attention was quickly drawn to a girl weakly asking if he had any food to spare. Green looked at the girl with disgust and pulled his horse away from her, making her flinch in surprise. Nox also averted his gaze, which made the girl's expression wither as she lowered her head. Paracelsus looked at the girl and clicked his tongue as well. The group was stopped by a man who introduced himself as Tegan, greeting them and explaining that he was the captain of the city guard. He had already heard that Green was on his graduation mission and that Nox was there to provide support. He continued talking with the noble while Paracelsus commented that he might have deluded himself into thinking that the children of a supreme would somehow be different from other nobles, since they had been chosen to represent their family. When the mercenary had witnessed Nox fighting the worm, Nox hadn't seemed bad at swordsmanship, but Paracelsus still believed that the Lienhebers were spoiled from start to finish. He looked around with disappointment, observing how disordered the city was. The townspeople clearly lacked the ability to withstand the upcoming monster wave, which made Paracelsus wonder if those who hadn't yet died of hunger were truly the lucky ones. As the sun was nearly set, it was decided that they would discuss everyone's duties the following day. Tigan led them to an inn where they could rest. Everyone dismounted their horses and began preparing for the night. Green looked toward Paracelsus, recalling the earlier proposal, which made him excited until Paracelsus refused the offer without hesitation. Green frowned in confusion and asked if Paracelsus knew what he was saying, wondering if the man with the monocle intended to face the monster wave alone. Nox watched from afar as Paracelsus explained that his intention was to proceed with his original plan, but that he wished Green good luck. Green called Paracelsus a commoner, but this only made the mercenary laugh, as he had already been the target of much crueler insults, such as vagabond. Even so, Paracelsus still wished Green good luck in overcoming the challenges ahead. Nox then believed that this was the end of their interaction and wondered if their paths would ever cross again. The night arrived, and Nox told Zitter to rest well as they would be busy the next day. He went to his room only to notice that the girl from earlier was outside sitting near a campfire with other children. The girl flinched in surprise when her attention was drawn to Nox, who asked if she was still looking for food. All the children looked at Nox in shock as he pulled out a bag full of bread. He handed the loaves to them, making the girl cry with happiness. Nox knew he couldn't save everyone, and this action was simply him acting out of the small bit of goodwill that his otherworldly self used to have. Still, the children were overjoyed by this kind gesture as they ate their food, something Nox hoped they would never have to beg for again. Moreover, Nox and the others still needed to find ways to survive in this city. In the distance, it seemed that Zitri was watching what Nox was doing, smiling softly at the fact that the boy who had acted cold earlier was showing compassion now. The next day, Tegan explained to the others how, every year, the southern region of Cheras was frequently ravaged by waves of monsters. In their efforts to fend them off, the city had no one to rely on except the king's subsidies and support. As they passed through the area, Green asked if the palisade served as the city's only defense, to which Tegan confirmed. Although everything needed repairs, Nox looked at the walls and sighed, knowing that the entire city would be massacred within an hour once the waves began to advance. This campaign was merely a sub-episode in the game. In the game, Nox could choose whether or not to save the city, but so far he had always chosen to save it. Why, you ask? Because the city later became extremely valuable as Ched eventually turned into one of the most profitable lands in the empire. Tegan continued speaking with the young nobles, explaining that this year monsters were proliferating at an alarming rate, something never seen before. Nox realized that these people had no idea how this unusual increase would one day benefit this land, but that was something for the future to reveal. There were reports from townsfolk claiming to have sighted a griffin, which made everyone freeze as Green muttered thoughtfully, asking where it had been seen. Blocking the advance of that griffin was crucial to the campaign's success, as such creatures were known as the kings of the desert, and in the game they were meant to be driven away, not hunted. Despite that, Nox's plan was to hunt it. Everyone looked toward the desert as Tegan explained that it was a neutral territory serving as the border with Tahalan. Nox finally spoke, wondering if no one else was curious, since the griffin's known habitats did not even border the cities of Cheddars. He then asked whether they were not usually found in Tahalan, questioning why one would appear so close to Ched in the first place. A cold silence fell over the men as Nox realized their reaction answered his question. It revealed who the traitor was and marked the beginning of a submission. The first thing Nox planned to do was eliminate the infectious rot spreading within the city. Later, Scholz was seen crumpling papers in anger, feeling that Nox had begun to become a major obstacle to his plans. Nox's maneuvering had caused Scholz to lose Green's favor. He gnashed his teeth in rage, knowing he had wasted all his time flattering Green to earn his trust. But his angry thoughts were interrupted when he heard Zitri coming down the stairs of the inn. Schultz remembered that the girl was Knox's servant, a commoner. He immediately formed a plan. He slammed his hand against the wall beside her, grabbed her arm and pulled her close, leaving her confused and asking what he intended to do. The man said it was obvious and that they should find a place to talk, but Zitri pulled her hand away and tried to back off. However, Schultz continued his advances, saying that as a knight on a mission he still needed some entertainment, and asked Zitra if she didn't feel the same. He grabbed her shoulder and the green-haired girl was about to respond, but realized that fighting back would put Knox on the wrong side of Green, exposing him to contempt and scorn from his entire family. So she decided to let things happen in hopes of protecting Knox. Schultz sneered, and said that, as Knox's servant, she should pay the price for Knox's actions. However, Knox's voice was heard as he calmly said that he was more than willing to pay the price himself. The sound of slashes echoed, and Zitri looked up in shock to see Knox holding a bloodied blade. The boy glared coldly at Schultz, telling him to name the price he wanted Knox to pay for his failed efforts. The man, confused and in pain, shouted that Knox wouldn't get away with mutilating one of Green's knights. But Knox didn't care. He slashed again, severing Schultz's other arm, making him scream even louder in agony. Schultz asked if Knox thought he could hide behind his family name, but his words were cut short as Knox coldly replied that it was Schultz himself who had been hiding behind the names of Aliyah and Lenhaber. The man's final moments were spent staring at Knox's blade, before it descended once more. Knox's blade was driven into Schultz's back, killing him instantly. Zitra was worried about what would happen to Knox because of his actions, but the answer came soon enough when Green entered the inn and asked if he had killed Schultz. The boy immediately admitted it, which made Green yell at his brother, but Knox calmly asked whether it was fair to shout before even asking what had happened. Green grabbed Knox by the collar and demanded an explanation, threatening him. Knox gave a simple answer. Schultz had tried to violate his servant, and he refused to stand by and let that happen. This response did not satisfy Green, but Knox asked if his brother was truly certain of his priorities, releasing a surge of power from his body to intimidate him. Green was stunned by the sight of what Knox was capable of, unable to believe the power his younger brother now possessed compared to before. Green said that Knox could have at least reported it to him first, but Knox interrupted, reminding him that he was known as the black sheep of the family, and that reporting and waiting were never his strong suits. With that, Knox suggested postponing the judgment and letting their father make the final decision. Green swallowed nervously and reluctantly agreed, making Knox smile before telling Zitri it was time to go. After they left promptly, the older brother stood there, wondering how long Knox had been like this and why the sword he wielded seemed so familiar, but Green knew now that he should no longer underestimate the boy. Knox also knew that there would now be unrest among the soldiers, who were divided into factions and stood at a crossroads, wondering whether to follow Green or Knox. He looked at Zitra and asked if she was all right, but she asked him the same question back, wondering why he had protected her when it might only make things worse. Knox asked the green-haired girl if she knew what kind of person the master she served truly was, reminding her that he was the useless one of the Lenhaber family. He told her that no matter where they were, she should never lower her head, and she was moved by his words, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Green slammed his mug on the table in frustration, realizing that Knox had gone from being a troublesome burden to a completely different person. He was also troubled by how the sword Knox carried looked so much like their father's blade. Green decided he needed to be cautious around the boy, especially now that Schultz was gone. His thoughts were interrupted when another man entered the room to report that the mess had been taken care of. The man also agreed that Knox was very different from the rumors, and Green couldn't help but think that the man himself seemed different too. He was supposed to be the captain of the Night Order operating in the area, yet he acted strangely familiar with Knox. Since the monster wave hadn't started yet, Green decided to rely more on the Night Order, instructing the man to eliminate all nearby bandits and monsters, and to report immediately if anything happened to Knox. The man agreed and left at once. Outside, Knox was with Zitra, inspecting a few vials. When Zitre asked if he had looked around the city walls, he said he had. The green-haired girl then asked how they planned to stop the coming wave, to which Nox replied that he was thinking of recruiting someone new, because he knew there was a genius in this small village. A woman named Alina, a character Nox had recruited every time he came to Chaders. She was a talented potion maker and served as Nox's potion supplier in the game. As they walked through the alleys, Zitre asked if such a brilliant alchemist really existed in a place like this. Nox confirmed it and explained that she had her own reasons for staying here, this being the hidden route to clear Chaders. In the future, Alina would work for someone else instead of the Ark Empire. Therefore, unless someone completed Chaders through the hidden route, they could never recruit Alina. They continued walking as if Nox already knew where to go. Zitre noticed a light pointed toward it and entered the building, where they found a drunken woman staring at them. Nox greeted her. The woman shouted in surprise at the sight of other people, and Zitre was shocked that the supposed genius potion maker was a drunkard. After calming down a bit, Alina apologized for her behavior and Nox told her they needed to talk. Nox thought about Alina's character at this point in the story. He had to recruit her into the party despite her flaws. Reading her stats, he saw that her only negative trait was her drinking habit. He sighed, knowing that the Lenabar family would probably never recruit someone so unrefined, but he told Zitre they had no choice. Zitre tried to argue that it wasn't wise to recruit a drunk and Nox agreed but said the situation was complicated. Alina asked why they had come, and Nox got straight to the point. He wanted her to join his team in exchange for giving her what she most desired. She didn't understand what he meant and tried to refuse, but Nox knew her reasons were tied to May, surprising her with his knowledge. Nox immediately explained that May would soon be executed, shocking the woman even further. Nox said that things could change if she accepted his offer. Then he asked once again if she had changed her mind, even a little. Alina thought about Nox's words, feeling conflicted about the offer and about the situation involving her friend. Mia was someone who stood up against the knights for their unjust decisions, such as increasing taxes. She was also Alina's only friend. Mia had once told Tiga and his men that they were doing nothing for the city despite receiving funding, but the man only glared at her angrily before eventually dragging May away. Alina wished she had been the one dragged away instead, regretting how weakly she had reacted while trying to save her friend. She cried over her own helplessness, believing that Nox would not save the red-haired girl either. In any case, she knew she wouldn't be able to forget this situation for a long time. At a tavern, the men Gron had hired were drinking through the night and laughing about how much of an idiot he was. They had been pretending to be members of a knightly order, and Gron seemed to believe it without suspicion. Everyone laughed, and one of the men said it would be worth searching the residents of the Ron Knight Order to steal their badge, something that could earn them bigger jobs. If they showed that badge to the Leonaba family, they believed they would receive benefits worthy of someone in the position of a captain of the Ron Knight Order. Things seemed even better since their leader's name was also Ron. Ron said that if they kept Gron as a hostage, they could demand a large ransom. The group continued to laugh until one man hesitantly asked if what they were doing was right, considering they were dealing with one of the most influential families of the Three Dark Houses. The others glared at him, calling him a coward and an idiot. He stepped back as Ron calmed everyone down. Ron stood up and asked rhetorically if they knew where they were, explaining that they were in a city even the imperial family had abandoned. He suggested they should simply hold Gron hostage, take the money and run, since no matter how influential the Leonaba family was, they wouldn't be able to do anything in a hostile nation surrounded by sand. They kept talking, but then one man mentioned that Nox was also with them. Ron agreed that the boy was dangerous, and said they shouldn't get involved with him until their job was done. Another man laughed, saying there was no need to worry because Nox was just a child. They all started drinking and laughing again until the candles suddenly went out. Everyone was confused and began to panic. Ron told them to calm down, but then he felt something warm on his skin, blood. He froze, looking around only to see that someone had been decapitated. Screams filled the tavern as more bodies fell to the floor. Horrified, Ron shouted for the attackers to reveal themselves. Behind him, Nox appeared with a cold, expressionless face, calling them all vermin. Ron stepped back in shock. Nox said he was surprised by their hideout and demanded to know why they had the audacity to steal from the Leonaba family and overestimate themselves. Ron tried to claim Nox was mistaken, but Nox interrupted him. He already knew all about their crimes with Tegan and how they had planned to use Grun. Ron gritted his teeth and asked what Nox wanted, saying he could simply look the other way and forget about it. The men began surrounding Nox, threatening him, but Nox drew his sword and spun gracefully, cutting down several of them in an instant. "Do you really think anyone here is naive enough to believe your lies?" he said coldly. Ron shouted for everyone to attack, and they all charged at Nox, but Nox easily dodged their strikes and killed them one after another with frightening precision. Ron watched from a distance, realizing that Nox had been hiding this level of skill all along. Desperate, Ron drew his own blade and activated a special power, telling Nox to remember that he was dying because of his arrogance. The others believed Ron would win as he unleashed his southern sword technique, but Nox remained calm. With a single precise motion, he cut through Ron's attack effortlessly, destroying it with his overwhelming swordsmanship. Everyone froze in shock as Nox finished off the remaining men, once again calling them vermin. He asked why they dared to question what he wanted, when he already had exactly what he desired. Then he activated the same sword technique that Ron had used earlier. As Nox executed the southern sword technique and shattered Ron's final attack, his mind drifted elsewhere. He found himself standing in a vast white space, dressed entirely in white, pondering the meaning of being a genius. He wondered if being a genius simply meant being more exceptional than others. Taking a step forward, he found himself before what looked like a mirror. He realized that if being a genius wasn't just about being exceptional, then it meant being someone who proved they could reach heights most people could never achieve. The mirror shattered, and Nox remembered how ever since he had begun risking his life, he kept asking himself the same question: what does it mean to be a genius? Smiling faintly, Nox returned to reality. He knew that the sword technique he was using now was nothing compared to what he would master in the future, but for now it was more than enough to finish this fight. His enemies were all cut down by the sheer range of his attack, while Ron could only fall to the ground in despair, realizing how easily his plans had been crushed. The southern sword technique of Tiajir had taken Ron more than 10 years of his life to master, and yet a boy like Nox had somehow understood it in mere seconds. Nox stepped on the blade Ron was holding, looking down at him with a cold expression. The brown-haired man snapped out of his shock and shouted, jumping back while trying to threaten Nox. He warned that Tegan wouldn't let Nox get away with this, and that Tegan might have already heard what Nox had done, but none of those threats bothered Nox. He simply said that there were no witnesses, cutting off Ron's words as he began slaughtering the rest. Ron was still confused by what was happening. Nox placed a finger to his lips to silence him and calmly explained that if no one lived to tell the story, it would only look like an assassination. The boy smiled faintly, knowing exactly what the world would think, then struck, killing Ron instantly. Somewhere in a dungeon, Mei was being held prisoner, chained to the brick walls as she muttered to herself. Tegan stood before her, questioning her and realizing she refused to work or be sold to other nobles. When Mei didn't answer at first, he slapped her across the face to make her speak. She only smiled and said she wouldn't listen to people like him, which made Tegan grab her by the face and sneer that there was nothing she could do now. He told her that the only thing someone as lowly as her could do was crawl on the ground, but suddenly she spat in his face. Tegan froze for a moment before slapping her again, asking if she wanted to be sold to a dark mage. Mia thought about her past, how a teacher once told her that she had mixed a potion incorrectly even though she had done her best, which probably meant she had no talent for alchemy. The girl had never shown any aptitude for anything, not alchemy, not swordsmanship, nothing. Her teacher had been overjoyed when Alina managed to perfect her potion, saying there was nothing left to teach her, and continued to praise the half-elf, while Mia was consumed by jealousy. She remembered overhearing her teacher sighing about how Alina was a war orphan, but came from a noble family and therefore had a chance to leave the orphanage one day. Alina was a genius in alchemy and had always seemed like someone who didn't belong in a place like that from the very beginning. The half-elf girl always had a radiant glow about her, but even so, she often tried to play with Mei and greeted her with that bright, kind smile, one that made the red-haired girl feel helplessly envious. That was why Mia decided to sacrifice herself in Alina's place, because she was certain Alina would achieve far more than someone like her ever could. She told Tegan that crawling on the ground had always been her way of life, and whatever he wanted to do with her after her death wasn't her concern. Mia didn't want to become a burden to Alina, so she allowed Tegan to keep hitting her. Then a voice echoed through the room, telling May to stop hurting herself. Nox appeared, telling the red-haired girl that if she left that place as a corpse, Alina would be heartbroken. The boy and his blade stepped forward into the dim corridor as Tegan turned toward him, demanding to know what had brought him there. Nox replied calmly that, by the law of the imperial family, he was there to execute him. He told Tegan that his partner Juan was already dead and it would be wise for him to surrender now. Tegan chuckled darkly, studying Nox, and asked if the boy had come alone. Nox answered immediately, yes, without hesitation. Tegan smirked and said that the young master of a noble family was underestimating him. He asked if Nox truly believed he could defeat him alone. Nox simply smiled and confirmed it. As Tegan drew his sword with a grim expression, other knights began to fill the room, surrounding Nox and blocking the path to the cell. Tegan gave the order to kill him. The knights charged forward, shouting, but the light-haired boy didn't flinch. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and activated his time-slowing ability. Everything began to move slower, almost frozen in time as the 5-minute limit began, but that wouldn't be a problem for Nox. He moved swiftly through the knights, cutting them down one by one without hesitation. Holding his blood-stained blade, he entered the cell where Tegan and May were. He passed by Tegan, glancing at the man's face as the invisible clock continued to tick. Then he stopped beside May and reached out to gently touch her face. The time-slowing ability was still active, but he slowed it further to return to normal reality so he could pour something over her. When Mia's eyes fluttered open, she weakly asked who he was. Nox immediately gave his name as her vision began to blur. He told her that everything would be over once she woke from her sleep. The girl then fell unconscious, likely because of whatever Nox had poured on her. Tegan turned around in shock when he realized that Nox had already defeated his men and was standing inside the prison cell. As Tegan spun around, he didn't even notice what Nox had done until he suddenly collapsed, falling onto the cold, stony floor. When he tried to stand up, he turned and saw that his feet had been cut off. This left him completely confused, as he hadn't even seen it happen. All the knights around him screamed in pain as their blood splattered across the dungeon walls. Nox approached Tegan and told him not to think that he would die so easily. Tegan looked at Nox with a mix of fear and disbelief, a chill running down his spine. He couldn't comprehend what was happening, that he, the great Tegan, had been defeated by a mere child. The boy stared at him coldly, once again asking what it truly meant to be a genius. Pointing his blade at Tegan, Nox paused for a moment, thinking about what it meant to be a genius, and whether that title belonged to him. Raising his sword high, Nox wondered what the term genius really meant for someone like him before driving the blade forward and killing Tegan. In that instant, Tegan saw his entire life flash before his eyes. When Tegan was younger, his father had been the captain of the Chattis mercenary corps. To everyone in the village, including Tegan, that man was considered the most remarkable person alive. Every man wanted to be like Tegan's father, but behind closed doors, Tegan saw a very different side of him. Even though people respected his father publicly, at home the man would beat his wife. Tegan's most vivid memory was of his father gripping his mother's hair with a bloodied hand after striking her. The older man looked down at his son and asked if he knew why the people of the city followed him. The boy averted his eyes and said he didn't know. His father placed a heavy hand on Tegan's head and said, "The answer is strength." He explained that possessing overwhelming strength allowed a person to get away with anything, that this was the law in a city on the borders of the Archaean Empire. Tegan once asked his father if he was the strongest man on the continent. The question made the man pause for a moment before he released both his son and his wife. He admitted that he wasn't the strongest on the continent, that he was merely one of countless nameless men. There were many sword masters far stronger than him, including children Tegan's age, who were already considered geniuses. He told his son that such was the nature of a continent consumed by war. Back in the present, Tegan understood that the only reason he had survived for so long was because he had avoided fighting such geniuses. Now as he saw Nox raising the sword that would bring about his death, he repeated the boy's name in his mind. Tegan realized that Nox was one of those unreachable geniuses his father had once mentioned, someone whose talent placed them beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Fear filled his eyes as he let out one final breath and muttered his last words, that the only reason he was dying now was because he had chosen to fight Nox, a true genius in his eyes. With that, Nox's blade pierced through Tegan's back, ending his life. Meanwhile, Alina sat curled up in a chair in her hideout, her knees drawn tightly to her chest. A hopeless expression clouded her face, born from the despair that Mia might never return. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone called her name. The half-elf girl turned her head and saw her red-haired friend walking into the room with Zitri beside her. Alina froze, completely shocked and in disbelief at Mia's presence. Overcome with emotion, she rushed forward and wrapped the girl in a tight embrace, crying uncontrollably and admitting how terrified she had been. She had truly believed Mei was gone forever. Mai gently comforted Alina and apologized for her actions, for making her friend think that way. She admitted that she had been selfish for trying to handle everything alone and leaving Alina behind. Zitri smiled softly at the touching reunion, but Alina soon pulled away and asked where Nox was. The green-haired girl explained that he was finishing up some business and having a conversation at the moment. Alina frowned, sensing that wasn't the full truth. Zitri added that she believed Nox was having a sincere talk with his brother, but Alina knew that probably wasn't his real intention. As the night went on, Gran was impatiently tapping his fingers on the table, wondering how much longer Ron would make him, a noble of the Leonaba family, wait. Then there was a knock at the door. Gran called out, asking who it was until he realized it was his younger brother. Nox wanted to know if Gran was available to talk for a moment. Gran frowned, wondering why Nox thought he'd want to speak with him, but then he noticed the blood on Nox's shirt, which made the situation feel unsettling. When Nox insisted it was an important matter, Gran reluctantly agreed and told him to sit down. Meanwhile, Rodwell was speaking with Theodore, explaining that they had received a message stating that Nox had eradicated the corruption within Chades and had requested a separate reward. Rodwell couldn't understand the situation, so he handed the letter to Theodore. Theodore recalled that Chades was a place no one wanted to bother with, not because it lacked importance, but because it offered little profit. Yet it had long been a major headache for the imperial family, since abandoning it would allow monsters to advance toward the heart of the empire. The central government had allocated massive funds, troops, and mercenary groups to protect such border regions, meaning they could never be fully abandoned. Theodore believed that the Chaders were considered to have no real value, and Theodore agreed that all the bandit groups in the region were dangerous, even for Gran. He believed the situation would likely worsen if the wrong bandits attacked. If they couldn't handle a situation of that scale, they didn't deserve to be called part of the Leonaba family. For that reason, Theodore assigned the Black Sword Knights to accompany them, to prevent unnecessary deaths. Returning to the matter concerning Nox, Theodore didn't believe that Nox had purged the corruption out of pure generosity. He was puzzled as to why Nox wanted authority over Chaders. Nox's father had once said that Nox wouldn't give up his right as the youngest son of the Leonaba family unless he could gain something from it. Rodwell asked if Theodore intended to reject the proposal, but Theodore decided to accept it, seeing it as a good opportunity to test how capable Nox truly was in managing a territory. Rodwell agreed and said he would send a letter to the Empire to begin negotiations. As he left, Theodore glanced again at his son's name on the document, wondering just how far ahead the boy was planning. Birds flew over the inn on a bright morning as Gran discovered that Ron and Tegan had planned to kill him and that he had unknowingly been working under their command. Gran was furious with the entire situation, enraged at how he had fallen into their trap and insulted that such men had tried to use him, deceiving the Leonaba family. Even so, when he looked up at Nox, he couldn't help but feel that his younger brother was more of a nuisance than anything else. Nox calmly asked him if he was afraid of him. Gran felt anger rise at the question, but he held it back. He wasn't yet qualified to be a knight unless he passed the test, so he had no choice but to accept Nox's offer. With a heavy sigh, Gran asked what the boy wanted, which made Nox smirk slightly. Nox explained that all he wanted was the right to command every soldier under Gran's authority. Gran realized that, unfortunately, his life was now in Nox's hands, especially since he didn't know just how powerful his brother truly was. In exchange for giving Nox command, Gran demanded that Nox guarantee his life and return the results afterward. Nox agreed but pointed out that those were two separate requests, meaning Gran would have to offer something else in return. His older brother glared at him in frustration before finally saying that he would also hand over the mining and artifact rights from his large mine. Satisfied, Nox nodded as Gran insisted that he handle things properly. The boy said it would be easy. Standing up, he smiled and said he would be under his brother's care while in Chatters, and hoped Gran wouldn't do anything rash. Later at Alina's house, Nox requested several types of potions. Although they were formulas Alina had never made before, she believed it was possible. Zitri agreed it was a reasonable plan but also thought it was far too dangerous, wondering why Nox needed to kill a griffin. May shared the same concern, but Nox told them not to be afraid. If it were impossible, he wouldn't have brought it up in the first place. They were being perfectly reasonable in their worry, but Nox had to lie. He couldn't reveal the real reason he wanted to kill the griffin or what he aimed to obtain from it. He decided to remain vague, and though Zitri reluctantly agreed, Nox knew the truth. Killing a griffin at this stage of the game was nearly impossible. No one had ever succeeded before. Well, at least that would be the case for anyone except Nox. As he began formulating the plan, he recalled the existence of a hidden route, one that made it possible to slay the griffin, unlike in the normal gameplay path. It was a secret known only to the so-called stagnant players, and Nox happened to be one of them, having cleared the game 27 times. He looked around and asked if everyone understood the plan. The women nodded in agreement. The reason Nox wanted to kill the griffin was simple: the reward was enormous. With that decided, they planned to execute the mission the next day. As the sun set, Nox tended to his horse, fully aware that if he didn't risk his life, he couldn't survive, because this was the kind of world he had transmigrated into. The next morning, a massive swarm of monsters began charging through the forest. Nox, watching from above, told everyone to prepare themselves. Alina and May responded affirmatively, and Gran did as well, though irritation was clear on his face. The boy turned to the soldiers and told them they had only one chance. He wondered why this moment felt so new, the realization that he was now Nox, the only strategist leading this fight. Zitri ran toward him, her voice filled with worry. Just as she had warned the previous day, the plan seemed too dangerous, but Nox silenced her with a simple gesture. He met her eyes calmly and told her to trust her master, assuring her that he wouldn't die. Then, without hesitation, Nox leaped from the wall. His mind flashed back to a promise he once made but could never fulfill because of his terminal illness. He skillfully slowed his descent by driving his sword into the wall, then launched himself toward the oncoming horde of monsters. To initiate the attack, he threw a corrosive potion at an iron golem, instantly making it vulnerable. One swift strike was all it took to bring the creature down. System messages flooded his vision, confirming the Iron Golem's defeat and an increase in his Southern Sword technique proficiency. Nox continued cutting through the monsters with relentless precision, thinking to himself that if it weren't for that unfulfilled promise, he might have actually died there. A cunning smile spread across his face as he smeared it across his face as he massacred the creatures, using them as stepping stones to fully enjoy the game that had become his reality. His smile grew even wider when he spotted a colossal griffin flying above. Facing the enormous beast, Nox stared at it with determination, asking if it was time to begin. On the walls, the spectators were in utter shock. Delena, amazed by the spectacle, could hardly believe what she was seeing. She couldn't imagine a human possessing such incredible combat ability. Could something like this truly be possible? May, equally stunned, commented on Nox's speed, observing that his movements were too fast for her eyes to follow. She couldn't help but wonder about the nature of the Hanyafira family. Zitri offered some information about the Rhinafer family, explaining that they were renowned for their swordsmanship and that brutal internal conflicts often determined the worthy heir to the Black Sword. Zitri confidently stated that Nox was the most talented among all the candidates. Meanwhile, Gran, feeling a pang of jealousy, struggled with a headache from the constant praise being given to Nox. Satri wondered why Nox had never bothered to address the unpleasant rumors circulating about him. She was certain he had his reasons, though she could not guess what they were. Then May admitted that perhaps the rumors about him weren't entirely true. She speculated that Nox must have had compelling reasons to maintain the facade of a useless person, though she could not imagine what they might be. Zitri, smiling knowingly, acknowledged May's words. She bowed and encouraged the others to participate in Nox's game, reminding them that he was wise. Before she could finish, Alina intervened, asking if Zitri wanted her to help conceal Nox's true abilities. Alina reassured her with a smile, and May also promised to remain silent. Zitri couldn't help but smile at the camaraderie forming among them. Suddenly, the war cry of the griffin echoed through the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Gray, witnessing the formidable presence of the beast, couldn't believe that Nox actually intended to fight it. In his mind, Nox seemed on the brink of insanity. The battle began. The griffin lunged with its claws, but Nox skillfully dodged the attack. Seizing the opening, he moved to strike, but the griffin used its powerful wings to rise out of reach. Once airborne, Nox cast a cold glance at Gray, a silent command to act. Though frustrated, Gray knew he had to follow the orders. He instructed the troops not to fire until the griffin approached the fortress walls. When it did, they were to launch the ballistae at his signal. Grace ensured that everyone understood the command, and the soldiers responded with a resounding acknowledgement, immediately preparing the ballistae. Finally, the moment arrived. As the griffin neared the fortress walls, Gran gave the signal. A green light flashed, and the ballistae fired. Realizing the danger, the creature let out a fearful cry, but it was too late. A ballista bolt pierced its wing, causing it to scream in pain as it began a free fall toward the ground. Nox watched with a satisfied smile. He knew that neutralizing the griffin's ability to fly was key to defeating it. Without hesitation, he drank a metallization potion, increasing his resistance. Confident in his strategy, Nox delighted in watching his plan to take down the formidable enemy unfold perfectly. He recalled a few days earlier when Gray, consumed by anger, had protested against the order to prepare the ballistae, considering it beneath him and suggesting someone else do it. Nox's response had been simple. If Gray thought the task was so unpleasant, he could face the griffin on the battlefield himself. After a moment of reflection, Gray had reluctantly asked how many ballistae would be required. Returning to the present, Nox approached the fallen griffin. He had to admit, Gran had his uses. His instincts were sharp. Nox's cold, calculating gaze focused on the wounded creature. All that remained was to see how effective Alina's potion had been and to finish the job. Terrified, the griffin tried to flee, but the searing pain in its wounded wing forced it back to the ground. Nox advanced on the struggling beast, mocking it. He noted the griffin's frustration, pointing out that for a high-level monster, such an injury should have been insignificant. But the ballista bolts piercing its wing were far from normal. They had been coated with a potent poison to which the griffin was particularly vulnerable. Nox told the monster to brace itself for what was coming, for the real pain would begin in 5 minutes, when the griffin swung its claws toward him. Nox coldly replied that 5 minutes was all he needed. The genius hour was activated, and in Nox's perception everything seemed to freeze. The pressure radiating from the griffin was overwhelming, completely unlike the game. Still, he knew he would not be the one to die today. The griffin, initially confused, was suddenly struck multiple times from different directions. When the creature realized what was happening, Nox was already behind it. Seizing the opportunity, Nox looked at Gran and called his name. Gran, completely shocked, asked if this was really the Nox he knew. Reluctantly, he accepted the reality of the situation and ordered the soldiers to fire the ballistae again. Arrows rained down on the griffin, piercing it from multiple angles as its painful cries echoed through the air. Nox let out a chilling laugh as his sword began to emanate a dark aura. Pointing the weapon at the wounded beast, he displayed a cold smile and declared that it was time to end this. The anguished scream of the griffin tore across the battlefield as more arrows struck it. Spectators, both soldiers and civilians, were paralyzed with shock and disbelief, witnessing the intensity of the battle. Indifferent to the agony he caused, Nox advanced, unleashing a technique known as black execution. In a single swift motion he severed the griffin's slashing claw. Before the mythical creature could comprehend the change of events, Nox's sword pierced through it, splitting it in two. As the griffin fell lifelessly to the ground, Nox calmly sheathed his sword, declaring his victory. Genius hour ended, and the exertion of the technique was evident in his heavy breathing. When his cold gaze fell on the surviving monsters, chills ran down their spines. Terrified, the monsters fled the battlefield in a desperate attempt to survive. Upon witnessing the retreat, the people of Chatters erupted into victorious applause. A system message notified Nox that he had gained a 60-day life extension for defeating the griffin, increasing his remaining time to 17 days. The joyful celebrations echoed, and many shed tears of happiness. Watching the festivities, Nox couldn't help but smile, admitting that it was truly rewarding to see everyone so happy. Meanwhile, Gray was paralyzed with shock at the unexpected ease with which Nox had dispatched the formidable monster. The griffin was a high-level beast, and he could not believe it had been defeated by Nox. Taking down such a creature should have required the skill of at least one academy master. The realization weighed heavily on Gran as he wondered if he had no choice but to finally acknowledge his brother's strength. He realized that if everything Nox had shown was real, it could bring massive changes to the ranking of successors within his family. After a moment of contemplation, Gray made a firm decision. He had to align with the winning side. Approaching Nox with the soldiers, he took control, stating that he would oversee the removal of the griffin's body while leaving Nox in charge of distributing the loot. Nox was intrigued by this unexpected gesture. Before leaving, Gray advised him to return and rest a little. With a wise smile, Nox acknowledged the impact his demonstration of strength had on his brother. As Gran departed, Nox seized the moment to access the hidden rewards. A message appeared, detailing the item he had obtained, the Griffin Heart. It was a rare, high-grade item with a wind attribute, also known as the Outlaw of the Wilderness. Its special effect allowed it to be used in the creation of an elixir that could alter resistance and agility. Depending on the alchemist's skill, the elixir could increase or decrease these stats. Sometime later in Alina's room, the Griffin Heart was in her hands. She agreed with Nox, noting there was no doubt about the wind power contained within it. She speculated that with it, they could create elixirs or equipment that previously existed only in rumors. Nox, having little time to waste, was determined to use the heart to craft an elixir. He asked Alina how long it would take. Lena explained that it depended on the circumstances. With the tools she had at the moment, it might take some time. Determined to speed things up, Nox offered to provide all the necessary tools. However, during the conversation, he made an unexpected proposal. In a casual stance, he expressed his desire to hire both Alina and May as employees of the Heinhaver family. The shock on their faces was evident. May pointed out her status as a commoner, questioning if such an arrangement was even possible. Nox remained impassive, asking if it really mattered. He stated that if they had the skills he needed, he would use them, and there was no reason they should not be compensated in return. However, he emphasized that he would never allow a subordinate to harm their master. Nox knew that at this moment, no one could properly utilize the core of a monster, especially a unique boss item that was not meant to be defeated. It would be impossible for anyone except a true genius to create anything with it. At that moment, Alina spoke with a firm declaration. She stated that, already, knowing that he had saved them, they would follow and trust Nox for the rest of their lives. Nox's smile revealed his satisfaction. He contemplated acquiring two genius characters, recognizing the immense potential they possessed. While preparing to depart, he informed them that they would leave in 3 days. The elixir would be made secretly upon returning to the family estate, away from prying eyes. Emphasizing the need for secrecy, both Alina and May confirmed their understanding with a resolute yes. Nox and Zetri left Alina's hideout and headed toward the inn through the sewers. During the journey, Zetri suddenly stopped, prompting Nox to ask why. She explained that she had noticed he was very different from what she had heard. Confused, Nox asked for clarification. She pointed out the rumor that he was selfish and cared only for himself, but now she realized that at least this was not true. She then asked Nox to promise that if she ever encountered a difficult situation, he would let her know if she could help despite her low status. She also expressed confusion about why so many people disliked him. Nox turned and began to walk away, assuring Zetri that he would seek her help if the need arose. He then changed the subject, complaining about the cold night and asking her to hurry so she wouldn't catch a cold. As they continued, Zetri couldn't help but smile at his complaints. Later, however, an embarrassed expression crossed her face. In front of her, Nox was lying in bed, sick. He anticipated what she was about to say and interrupted her. Finding the situation humiliating, Zetri reassured him, saying that such things happened and that he was still growing. Then a system message appeared before him, revealing that he had caught a cold due to frequent illness. Another negative effect appeared: chronic coughing. Nox sighed in frustration at this absurd situation. A few days later, when Nox and Gran returned from their expedition, the announcement of their arrival echoed throughout the territory. The news spread quickly, drawing attention, especially to the presence of May and Alina with them. Whispers circulated among the crowd, as observers speculated about the newcomers, debating whether they were Nox's new servants. Some expressed skepticism, citing Nox's history with women. Nox was accustomed to this persistent image clinging to him. No matter what he did, the perception of him as a user remained. Resigned to this reality, he decided to confront the murmurs. Suddenly, Nox's gaze turned cold as he addressed the crowd, questioning if they had nothing better to do. He commented that they must have a lot of free time to waste. The harsh rebuke prompted a rapid dispersal, with the spectators retreating hastily. Once the crowd cleared, the chief steward Rodwell approached, bringing news that the patriarch had requested a private meeting with Nox. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he anticipated the imminent conversation. A few minutes later, the young master was in his father's office. Tay acknowledged his arrival. Nox immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and confirmed that he understood he had been summoned. The family head narrowed his eyes, stating that certain matters needed discussion and hinting that his youngest son might also have something to share. Tay observed that rumors praised Nox's critical role in the mission's success, believing he had ensured the safe return of all except the traitors. Even Gran had acknowledged his achievements. Nox tensed, asking cautiously if his older brother had really reported everything. A letter lay on Tay's desk as he responded affirmatively, stating that Gran admitted he could hardly have completed the mission alone. The young master frowned, looking down, questioning what Gran might be seeking with such praise. Tay calmly closed his eyes, pulled out a small stack of papers, and told his youngest son that he had not called him for trivial matters. He handed the papers to Nox, commending him for accomplishing an almost impossible task and glorifying the Heinhaver family name once more. Fulfilling his promise, Tay would grant him what he had requested. Nox took the papers, opening them to reveal 2 red seals at the bottom. Tay then informed him that the traitors now officially belonged to him. The young master stood, smiling, bowing in gratitude, thanking his father for his generosity. Afterwards, Tay tapped a finger thoughtfully on the desk, stroking his chin and observing his son closely. Nox, noticing a persistent question, wondered what else his father might wish to address. Tay spoke. "Nox, you are Nox Renoffer, the youngest son of the family. Would you consider taking my place?" Nox's eyes widened in surprise, a flash of fear crossing his face. Tay narrowed his eyes, studying his son's reaction as Nox bit his lip, questioning why this topic had arisen so suddenly. Meanwhile, in a distant desert, an unusual palace rose imposingly. A masked man with red hair held a device resembling a clock, displaying a recording of Nox killing the griffin was made. He reported to an older man with a pink feather on his shoulder that the griffin was dead. The older man noted that the youngest son of the Heinfer family had been victorious and that the traitors were completely defeated. Rumors were already spreading about the youngest son's accomplishments. The red-haired man, addressing the older man as Krus, expressed the need to prepare for war. When Cam asked if it was really worth it, the red-haired man replied that the Renfer family had stolen something priceless from him, leaving him with nothing to lose. Cam bowed respectfully in agreement. Both men wore golden jewelry and had darker skin than most. Smiling, The red-haired man stood and held the hand of a young girl with short red hair, wearing a pink scarf. Krups gently caressed her cheek, telling her that the day they would subjugate the kingdom and the day she would awaken were near. Back in his father's office, Nox still did not know how to respond to Teo's question. Their conversation was interrupted by Rodwell, who suggested that the question might be premature for the young master, reminding Teo of the great responsibility that came with leading the family. Nox looked at Rodwell intently, but Teo disagreed, stating that now was truly the right time. Feeling a surge of panic, Nox respectfully apologized to his father and declined the offer. He clarified that he could not assume the title, not now, and even suggested that Gran would be a more suitable choice. T slammed his fist on the desk, declaring that it was not Nox's decision to make. Bowing again, the young master confessed that he did not want the leadership, considering it too heavy and beyond his capacity. T asked if his son feared the responsibility, to which Nox calmly replied that such feelings were natural. After a pause, T-Saw closed his eyes and told Nox that he understood and respected his choice for the time being. Nox expressed his gratitude, and T-Saw warned that his extraordinary talent would not remain hidden forever. People would continually test him and he should be prepared. Nox wanted to respond but simply nodded in agreement. T-Saw then dismissed him, knowing he was likely tired from his journey. Nox thanked his father for the consideration and left. Minutes later, Nox was back in his room, sitting while Zetri, his maid, was nearby. She asked if the head of the family had truly not reprimanded him. He reassured her that there was no reason for concern and that nothing negative had occurred. There was no mention of him needing to reject anyone. Zetri averted her gaze with a sigh, then turned back to him. She mentioned that the rooms for Alina and May had already been prepared. Nox complimented her, saying it was excellent work. She dismissed it as merely her duty as a maid, but before she could finish, the young master interrupted her. He told her that if everything in the world were done as it should be, there would be no hatred, theft, or murder. Sakri awkwardly placed a finger on her lips, and he complimented her again, saying she had done well. She bowed to him and thanked him. Nox's expression became serious. He thought that everything seemed to be moving into place now. He would become the best student at the premier educational institution for mages and knights, the academy. At that moment he told Rodwell that the conversation with his youngest son had been as difficult as he had expected. The butler replied that he still felt the topic had been brought up too soon, because if Nox had known everything about the position, his answer might have been different. The head of the family disagreed, saying that the young master's expression was as if he had already written his own future. If he feared anything, it was not the position or Tay, but something else inevitable. He feared something similar to staring into the abyss. Tay thought that, in this new reality, Nox feared death. He wondered if Nox still feared it. Rodwell told him that he should not say such things, but he believed his youngest son was deeply affected by what had happened to his mother. Tay smiled sadly and agreed. He added that Nox might even blame him for it, seeing him as a pathetic person who had failed to protect his own wife. Rodwell wanted to discuss one more thing, saying to the head that he believed Mr. Gran would soon become active and was planning something significant. Tay frowned and said he would take that into consideration. In an unknown location, countless corpses lay scattered on the ground. The entire land was red with blood. While demons flew toward Tay, suddenly one of his adult sons appeared before him, telling his father that he should simply give in and agree. Tay thought that this must be the power of a Grand Duke. Talia stood in front of a mirror wearing a beautiful yellow dress, with many other outfits scattered around her. Emma was folding clothes and asked if she was all right. The maid seemed tired, holding a maroon dress and calling for her mistress. Emma noted that she had already shown that outfit nearly 20 times. Talia ran back and forth, examining the new dresses. She said one dress was good and the other as well. Then she asked which accessories would match. On the table were accessories and beautiful pink shoes. Emma told her that she was getting too excited. A light blush appeared on Talia's face. She said happily that everything was simply so beautiful. Emma sighed deeply, clarifying that this was not what she meant. She was referring to the young master Nox, as this would be their first meeting since he was officially announced as her fiancé. Talia turned red and asked if perhaps the dress with frills would look better. After that, she frowned in displeasure. Emma, offended, said that she was not helping at all. She had to admit that she didn't care. The maid looked aside, tired, and told her mistress that she always said that. Meanwhile, at the Hangover family estate, Knox looked handsome, wearing a black suit with purple details and a beautiful jewel at the collar. He saw Alina, who had her head buried in the sofa. Hearing his steps, she raised her head and said he had arrived. Alina appeared untidy, with dark circles under her eyes. He agreed and began to ask about the elixir, but paused, concerned about how she was feeling. The young master noted that she did not seem well. Alina smiled awkwardly and crossed her arms, saying that she always looked like this when focused on a goal. She would take care of their friends so that Knox wouldn't need to worry. Alina smiled and said that he was the best. She laughed sweetly, and then told the young master not to worry about them. "It's better if you take a look here," she said, pointing her hand to the side. Knox looked and saw a bottle of glowing blue liquid. He approached and picked up the bottle in his hands. A black screen appeared, displaying the item's information. It was a disposable advanced-level wind elixir. Its attribute was wind, granting 1 additional point to resistance and 3 additional points to agility. The elixir had no requirements or special effects. The bottle hovered above Knox's hands, and Alina looked at him expectantly, asking if he liked it. The system notified him that the potion's effectiveness had increased by 200%, as it was made by the alchemy genius, Alina. The young master smiled, thinking that he had finally obtained the wind elixir. This not only increased resistance, but also had a hidden agility indicator, which significantly influenced the genius skill activation. Therefore, he simply needed this potion. Fortunately, he had Alina's talent, the potion genius. Without recruiting her, everything would have been much more difficult. She waited for his response. The young master continued smiling and said that she had done an excellent job. Alina blushed with joy and smiled. Knox immediately drank the liquid. A turquoise energy glowed around his body, and for a moment it felt as if the wind itself was blowing through the room. He told them that everything was now complete. The young master stepped into the corridor, followed by Zatra. He smiled confidently and said it was time to visit Alina. At the moment, his main characteristics were as follows. His name was Knox. He was a 15-year-old human male with a darkness attribute. His bonuses were genius in close combat, genius in magical perception, strong mind, and master of acting. His limitations were terminal illness, cold limbs, morbidity, and obsession. Knox's stats were better. His resistance was 6+1, his mana was +1, his luck was 11+1, and his charisma was 26. Additionally, he possessed skills such as Genius Time, medium-level sword inheritance mastery, Southern Sword, and ignition technique. Knox's remaining life due to his fatal illness was only 150 days. The system notified him that the genius bonus in magical perception had been activated when his human perception reached 10 points. The young master looked very handsome, even wearing white gloves. Immediately, everyone began discussing his arrival. One student noticed his white hair and lavender eyes. He asked if this was the youngest son of the Hangover family. A blonde guy confirmed that he had heard Knox would enter the academy this year. Another student asked if this heir really entered the academy. He was quickly warned to be careful with his words or risk losing his head. Knox smiled and asked why it was so noisy. He rubbed his neck, looked at them arrogantly, and asked if there were dogs barking somewhere. The man immediately fell silent and left. The young master also walked toward them. Zachary looked at him worriedly, then her eyes widened in surprise. She saw another carriage and a maid emerged from it. She smiled and called the young master. Zachary bowed to her, while Knox appeared dissatisfied, saying they had already arrived. The system notified that his acting skill was temporarily unavailable because he was too shocked. Emma agreed, saying it was because of Helene's entrance ceremony. She pointed to the carriage and told Talia she needed to get out and greet Sir Knox. Talia began to panic, asking aloud if Knox was really there. She quickly closed the carriage door and told Emma they needed a moment. After a brief pause, Talia stepped out, wearing a beautiful academy uniform, her face red with embarrassment. Knox looked at her. thinking that, although he had expected her to be here, everything felt strangely unexpected. He recalled practicing with a sword in the training room. Suddenly he dropped it in shock and asked his maid Ron what she had just said. The maid looked at him questioningly and replied that she had only mentioned that they were planning to engage him to Lady Talia. She was about to elaborate, but Knox panicked, grabbed her shoulders and asked how he was supposed to know. He told her it was a huge problem, but now he closed his eyes in despair, realizing it was true. Their families had arranged the marriage without their knowledge, and he was not pleased. Talia was visibly embarrassed, stammering slightly. She smoothed her hair and greeted him awkwardly. Knox looked away and returned the greeting indifferently. Talia appeared enchanted, smiling as she looked at him. Sakri approached her master and whispered, asking if this was Lady Talia, his fiancée. Knox replied irritably, telling her not to say that. Talia asked cheerfully how he was coldly. He replied that he was fine and asked how she was. She responded that she was also fine, blushing. Their conversation was interrupted by the neighing of a horse. Everyone turned toward the sound. In front of them was a green carriage. Knox thought of another renowned genius of the Aline Academy, Eleanor de Riva, who came from a rival family secretly controlling the continent. She was beautiful, with blue eyes and red hair, exuding an aura of grace. Leonard descended, smiling as she announced her arrival. Knox thought of his intense dislike for the original Knox in the game. Eleanor laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and spoke to her servant, addressing him as Sir Knox. She mentioned that she didn't know he had been selected to enroll in the academy, expressing her joy in meeting him. Knox asked if she was Eleanor, to which she smiled and confirmed, recalling a childhood memory. She added that she was the same heiress of the merchant family he had despised, casting him a slightly threatening look. He smiled, mentioning that he never thought they would meet again. Knox reflected on her status as the only daughter of the richest merchant family, owning nearly half the continent, and her future nickname the Money Fox. He felt a little uneasy recalling their childhood argument. The system notified him that his master-level acting skill was temporarily unavailable again. He remembered seeing a red-haired girl in his childhood, looking at her with disdain, calling her nobody, mocking the idea that status could be bought with money. The young Eleanor had blushed in shame and cried. Knox looked at her, realizing that their tense relationship was a consequence of his own actions. He thought it seemed as if more people than ever were ready to pierce his heart with a blade. Eleanor smiled and asked if something was wrong, noticing that he was not acting like himself. Crossing his arms, Knox asked how she thought he usually behaved. She told him to stop pretending, asking if he really enjoyed hearing insults. Knox narrowed his eyes in irritation, thinking she was a stubborn fool. He suggested that she leave if she intended to argue. She laughed, saying she knew he was still the same unpleasant fool. The young master frowned, asking what she wanted and if she was really so desperate for his attention. Eleanor laughed sweetly and apologized, saying she had no desire to covet anything from the black sheep of the Henyofer family. Knox thought to himself that he knew her disdain for him would not disappear so easily. He activated his vision ability and information about Eleanor appeared. Her main attributes were female, 15 years old, human, wind attribute. Titles included genius in counting and genius in acting. However, she had limitations: vanity, pride, and weakness against southern sword techniques. While Knox studied her stats, he noticed her characteristics remained the same, which in his opinion was better. He thought the rival family was willing to pay a high price for her in his name. Eleanor hated it but still took full advantage of the situation. She was very vengeful and sensitive, and the old Knox had foolishly decided to fight with her. Knox tested his patience and calmly commented that she should not have been bothered. Eleanor bowed before them and said she would leave, but they would not bid farewell, as they were not close enough to wish each other well. Knox, calm as ever, told her that he didn't mind, as he expected nothing better from a country girl like her. She smiled, agreed, and simply walked past him. The young master then told Talia that they also needed to go, as the entrance ceremony would begin soon. She seemed slightly worried and thoughtful, but quickly agreed. They headed toward the academy entrance. Knox thought that now he definitely would not be able to get rid of Talia, since she was his fiancée, but he would try to make the most of the situation. Looking at the Helene building, he thought it was time to rise again. A few minutes later, they were in. The young master looked around and told his fiancée that, as expected, the children of many renowned families had gathered. Some newcomers were already talking among themselves. Knox considered that, although some of them might be useless and not aligned with the original story, it would still be advantageous to gain their support. He recalled several people: Sal So, Lenar, the girl with yellow hair, the black-haired guy, and the pink-haired girl, the strongest characters in the game. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, he decided it would be better to avoid them so as not to completely deviate from the plot. A cautious approach was necessary. Suddenly, he asked Zetri whether he was imagining things or if many eyes were on him. Zetri told him that it was indeed the case. The aristocrats were casting occasional glances at him, sometimes with shock and sometimes with subtle disdain. The maid frowned and said she thought he would be popular at Elan. The young master crossed his arms, repeated her words, and asked if she thought the looks were too rude for him to be considered popular. Talia looked at him, worried. Suddenly someone coughed loudly, asking if everyone could hear him. Silence fell and Knox looked toward the stage, realizing that everything was finally about to begin. The servants bowed as a white-haired girl stepped onto the stage. She was barefoot, eating caramel on a stick, and greeted everyone in unusual clothing, with blue eyes and a strange mark on her chest. She looked somewhat human, although the students murmured, questioning whether she was a child or a dwarf. And where was the professor? Knox thought they were idiots, as before them stood an unimaginable monster, who could not be judged by appearance. A black screen appeared before the young master detailing the girl's information. Her name was Noah Avian Trinity. Her age and race were unknown. Her attribute was ice, and her achievements included being a pillar of the Ellen Academy and one of the 4 sages. Noah's bonuses were outstanding in mana detection and goodwill, with limitations such as an inferiority complex, short stature, and laziness. Her stats showed 21 strength, 26 mana, 8 luck, 22 will, and 10 charisma points. She had 2 passive abilities, Mana Sea and Leader's Aura, along with active skills, Water Bubble, Freezing Ray, and Blizzard. The young master paled, realizing she was a character he needed to maintain good relations with. Talia looked at him questioning, but he warned her not to say anything about this girl if she valued her life. Noah smiled widely, introduced herself, and sweetly announced that she was the new headmistress of the academy. Raising her finger, she began to warn the students. But before finishing her thought, her hair stood on end and her eyes glowed blue. Threateningly, she warned that if anyone called her short again, she would kill them. Then she sweetly asked if everyone understood. She told them that the entrance test at Helen Academy would begin, surprising them as the code did not mention such rules. Noah arrogantly looked at a student who raised an objection, saying this was the new headmistress's rule to eliminate the weak. A huge, strange seal glowed blue above the students. She wished that everyone would experience it and ominously wished them good luck. Knox's eyes widened, realizing it had begun. Suddenly, all the students disappeared. They found themselves in a forest, with the sun shining brightly. The students lay on the ground, breathing heavily. A bald, bearded man shouted at them to get up, calling them idiots for lying in front of him. The students trembled, exhausted from the exertion, but the man turned his attention to Knox, the young master, who was standing with trembling legs, struggling to remain upright. The man squinted and examined Knox, who swallowed nervously, noticing how the bald man's head gleamed like a halo. This was BN, a martial arts instructor and graduate of the academy, known among players as Tekak, a nickname incongruous due to his shiny bald head. Despite his appearance, he was a competent instructor. Knox realized it would be challenging to prove his worth to him. Benon observed him carefully and loudly called him Snow White, asking if he felt sorry for himself. The young master frowned, hoping his expression would not betray him, and replied that there was nothing wrong. Activating his master acting skill, Benon told him to stop talking about the future and to learn to rely on his instincts, warning him against unpleasant thoughts. Cox calmly raised his hand and asked Benon to explain the entrance test. Benon said that for now he could set aside unrelated topics. The instructor agreed and then said that first, They needed to wake up all the students who were sleeping, so it was better for him to cover his ears. Of course, Nox still needed them. He obediently covered his ears with his hands. Vernon's hands glowed blue and then he clapped them together forcefully. After that, a very loud and unpleasant sound was heard, causing the students to start screaming. They stood up and asked what the sound was. A brown-haired guy asked aloud, but the instructor struck him sharply on the head. Saying that he was the strange one, he asked the boy if he really had a problem. The boy looked at Bannon's bald head, which seemed to be shining. Then he and the other students squinted at it. The instructor crossed his arms over his chest and asked if he not only called them names, but also decided to make a dissatisfied face. "Do you have an extra life?" he demanded. The boy silently apologized. A few minutes later, the students were carrying other students on stretchers. The instructor shouted at them that they needed to take the students who could not wake up to a safe place. After that, the remaining students stood in front of Banan and he told them that now that they were awake, he would explain the Helen Academy entrance test. Nox listened calmly to his speech, thinking that this test was to diligently capture monsters on this magical island. As a reward, after the monsters' deaths, gems of different colors remained. The fewer the mana gems, the higher their value. He wondered why that was. Wouldn't it be better to have more? The young master answered this question for himself. He smiled, thinking that this was only half the truth, because in the test they observed two things. The first was human sensitivity. Of course, this had already been tested with the help of Noah's mid-level magic. Whoever woke up first from her spell was the best. The second test checked the student's ability to detect even the smallest grains of mana. These two indicators allowed mages to perform better in battle, and that was why the gems were specially selected this way. This was the main point of the test. The nun told the students that this place was created through a spell by Noah, the current headmistress. There were many creatures here, and pathetic worms like them did not even know how to fight. So they would receive leniency, and could team up. The students immediately began looking for partners. Suddenly, swords appeared beside each student. Everyone looked at them in surprise. The instructor told them that the maximum number of people in a team was 8, and that they should hurry and decide. After that, he turned and said he would wait for them at the top. Everyone looked at him in shock. A girl called out, saying she still had questions. Another guy asked if he really left like that. The man told him yes. The brown-haired guy rubbed the part of his head where he had been hit, which still hurt. He asked why the instructor had to hit him. Everyone watched him leave seriously. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl raised her hand and asked if anyone wanted to help the princess besides her. Behind her was a long-haired, yellow-haired girl. Alina smiled and said she would reward generously anyone who went with her, swearing by her family's name. The students glanced sideways at Nox, but he walked away alone into the depths of the forest. He smiled, thinking that in the prophetic dream game, an average person simply would not survive here. What mattered most was a person's knowledge. To strengthen his gravely ill body, he needed to use that. He approached a cave and decided it would be better to act alone. Nox smiled and quickly ran inside. Meanwhile, the instructor was at the top with his subordinates behind him. Everything around was covered in snow. He straightened his hat and rubbed his beard thoughtfully. He said that no matter how you looked at it, it was very strange, because the new student not only resisted the headmistress's magic, but he hadn't even finished thinking and went alone into the forest. He had no sense of fear. Fernandez thought this definitely wasn't the case. Another reason he wasn't worried was clear in his eyes. Even a rough diamond is still a diamond. He said he was waiting for Nox to show his worth, calling him the hidden dragon of the Heinker family. He looked down, waiting for Nox to show everything he could do. After some time, Nox's sword was covered in blood. Many dead monsters lay on the ground, and gems were beside them. He continued walking, and someone was watching him. It was a girl with long white hair who seemed to be following him. Meanwhile, Talia, the yellow-haired girl, and the pink-haired girl were fighting goblins around them. They held swords in front of them. It was bloody. The yellow-haired girl was without a sword. Talia worriedly wondered where Nox had gone, planning to stay with him. The pink-haired girl suddenly called her attention, saying she had the great honor of protecting Princess Penelope. She said she needed more enthusiasm. Talia agreed. The yellow-haired girl's name was Penelope. She was holding a large purple gem in her hands, which shone and sparkled beautifully. Penelope told them they had gone quite far. She believed the purple crystals were valued much higher than the others. The pink-haired girl told her that maybe that wasn't the case. After all, this was a test for Noah, one of the 4 sages. She was certain there was something hidden behind all of this. Penelope agreed, and then looked around excitedly. The rest of their teammates were already tired and exhausted from the battles, their clothes blood-stained, and they sighed heavily. The princess told them that in their current state, not everyone would be able to go any further. The girl with pink hair frowned, thinking that this wouldn't work because she had promised Penelope to take her to the top. The current Arum Empire was rotten to its core. Therefore, to restore the empire to its former glory, Princess Penelope had to take the throne. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, realizing she needed to do everything possible to make that happen. Talia confidently told the princess that she could still fight, so they could simply gather those who were still able to stand and move forward. She asked what the princess would order them to do. The girl with pink hair said she had thought about that as well. Penelope frowned, tightly clenched the purple crystal in her hand, and then relaxed. She remembered the man with yellow hair who had looked at her arrogantly. After that, she looked down and agreed with them. She told them they would move on, they just needed to endure a little longer. Meanwhile, Nox had already left the cave. Steam came out of his mouth because everything around him was covered in snow. He rubbed his hands, trying to warm them. The system notified him that the 3rd-level limb cold restriction was now in effect. His movement speed was limited, and his character's breathing functioned intermittently. In addition, all of his character's stats would temporarily drop. Nox frowned and closed his eyes. He exhaled deeply, thinking that he knew this would happen. Clenching his hand into a fist, he then snapped his fingers. A fireball appeared above his palm, and the system notified him that the cold limb restriction had been lifted due to the owner's fire magic. The young master looked at the screen and thought that if he wanted to go far with a body like his, he would need to find something to overcome that limitation. Looking ahead, he murmured that this was enough for now. He walked farther and a small fireball floated beside his shoulder. Nox looked around. Snow and snowdrifts were everywhere and the wind was blowing hard. He noted that this was quite fitting for the Frost Witch. Noah, the young gentleman, looked up and smiled, commenting that he understood this was the top of the mountain, but there was far too much ice here. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and sat down. Placing his palm on the ground, a purple energy began to emanate from his hand. He wondered how this explanation would work if this place were an ordinary island. The ice began to crack, and the purple energy shone throughout the entire mountain, resembling the roots of a tree. He thought that this place had been artificially created by Noah and that everything here was of magical origin. Suddenly, ice monsters appeared. He realized that these monsters were also created by magic. Nox stood up, his hand glowing purple as if absorbing energy. He thought it was hard to imagine the amount of mana possessed by the Academy's dean. Smiling, he clenched his fist and murmured, "Who cares?" The ice continued to crack and enormous ice monsters emerged, their bodies several times larger than Nox's. The young master observed and noticed that they were ice trolls, creatures known for their high regeneration and vitality. He commented that such monsters could easily kill a beginner, but to him they were nothing more than dust beneath his feet. One troll attacked fiercely, but Nox quickly dodged. Another giant swung a huge wooden club, but the young master ducked and evaded again. When the troll tried to strike a 3rd time, Nox blocked the blow with his sword. His eyes glowed purple as he thought about Noah's obsession with talented students. She wouldn't corner her students before they had the chance to flourish. The ice trolls weren't weak enough for any student to defeat easily. In the real world, meeting one would make anyone wish for a quick end. He looked seriously at the monsters, deep in thought, but his contemplation was cut short when 4 enormous trolls stood before him. A girl with long white hair watched him from behind a tree, hidden. Nox quickly moved past the trolls, thinking about how Noah's monsters might have specific attack patterns as a form of indulgence. The first troll always attacked vertically and stayed in the center, while the next attacked horizontally, slower due to the wide swing. He ran toward the last monster, thinking that this one would try to pierce him but had the weakest strike of all. When the final troll attacked, Nox blocked the blow with his sword, smiling as he realized he could parry the attack. He immediately swung his sword, cutting the monster down. Moving swiftly, he began striking the other trolls with his blade. Blood splattered from their bodies as he withdrew his weapon and struck another monster forcefully. With all opponents defeated, they collapsed to the ground. Mox bent down and picked up a gray gem that had fallen from one of the monsters. Holding it, he wondered why he had ignored the other gems. The gray crystal was a hidden marker that Noah had placed specifically here, and he could exchange it for a very important scroll. The young master would strengthen his genius hour ability after completing this story. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair held a purple crystal, telling his partners that at this rate they would be the first among their peers. Eleanor looked disappointed, but a brown-haired girl gazed at the stone with interest, expressing hope. The girls smiled cheerfully, clapping their hands and agreeing that they had done a good job. Lost in thought, Eleanor nodded and said that this should be enough to pass the test. Her thoughts drifted when she remembered Nox entering the forest alone. She felt haunted by a strange sensation and looked down emotionlessly, recalling her childhood. A man shook her shoulders, demanding to know why she had argued with Haymafer's son, who was dressed in a long burgundy coat. He shouted, reminding her that they must rise above everyone else. He asked if she understood that they needed to reach the top. Eleanor looked at him in fear, crying as he yelled that she had to find a way to get closer to Nox at any cost. She thought that this man had never seen her as his daughter. At that moment she rubbed her chin thoughtfully, wondering where Nox had gone, thinking that facing this test alone would be of little use. Perhaps he knew a secret way to pass the test with a high score. Suddenly, she raised her hand and told everyone she had a proposal. Smiling, she said that if any of them wanted to rise even higher with her, then in the name of the rival family, she would guarantee them an even greater reward. Everyone began discussing her proposal. The short-haired girl asked if she didn't like the gem, warning that they could get hurt if they went any farther because it was too dangerous. Eleanor smiled sweetly and agreed with them. Then she asked if they also agreed that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. The blonde-haired guy confidently said he would go farther with her. She agreed, and a man in dark clothes asked if he could join them as well. Eleanor looked down sadly, thinking that everything always came down to money. She didn't know what Nox was planning, but it wouldn't hurt to find out. After that, she smiled artificially and asked if it was time to move on. At that moment, Nox was at the top of the mountain. He thought that the reason for taking risks and going alone was simple. Everything would be fully rewarded. He looked at the bodies of the ice trolls, thinking that there was almost no opportunity to improve the genius hour skill in this game. It was nearly impossible until he discovered the hidden agility attribute. Nox said that nothing could be done about it, even if he attracted everyone's attention. Suddenly his eyes widened. He turned and his sword swiftly flew to the side. He was surprised because he had been holding the sword firmly in his hands. Paracelsus stood before him, smiling. He told Nox that he hadn't expected to meet him again in this way. The swordsman smiled gently and said that he was truly happy to see him. The young master stared at him in shock, gritting his teeth. This wasn't part of his plan. A black screen appeared in front of him with Paracelsus's basic information written on it. Male, 15 years old. Human race attribute steel, no achievements. His bonuses were a genius in swordsmanship and close combat. A brilliant doctor, strong-willed, ruthless toward the strong and compassionate toward the weak. His limitations were lazy, obsessive, despises aristocrats. He had 10 points in endurance, 8 in mana, 2 in luck, 10 in willpower and 25 in charm. His abilities were 4, passive, maximum sword techniques, divine sword fusion, wanderer's sword and basic living sword. Nox thought that Paracelsus was one of the strongest characters in Dream Prophecy and one of the 3 sword emperors. He wondered what such an exceptional person was doing there. The young master remembered that Paracelsus was supposed to fight the main character of Prophetic Dream at this point, and be inspired by his kindness since he would protect Eleanor, who would get into trouble. Suddenly Nox's eyes widened as he realized something might be wrong. Paracelsus looked at him angrily, quickly pulling out a small dagger and throwing it at Nox. The young master managed to react just in time, deflecting the dagger with his sword. He wondered where the protagonist who was supposed to occupy the swordsman had gone. Paracelsus drew his sword and smiled. Then he told Nox that he was interested in the crystal in his hand and demanded that he hand it over. The system notified the young master that his acting skill had been activated. Nox frowned, his eyes glowing purple, and called him a filthy worm with disdain. Paracelsus began attacking him with his sword, and the young master quickly leaped backward to dodge the strikes. He thought that something must be wrong, or perhaps the main character simply hadn't appeared in this world. The swordsman smiled and struck again, but Nox blocked the blow. Paracelsus was fast and immediately attacked Nox again. The tip of the sword nearly hit the young master, who pulled his head back and frowned. He thought that he would really have to entertain Paracelsus now. He asked if Paracelsus realized that he was messing up all the plot cards. The swordsman smiled menacingly, saying that he had no idea what Nox meant, but something about their first meeting had bothered him. In theaters, he had already mastered the sword perfectly. The young master asked what he meant, and Paracelsus replied sweetly that apparently he had many concerns. He asked if Nox could simply do what he asked so that each of them could deal with their own problems. The swordsman, he commented that the gem would probably yield the highest score. Nox asked what would happen if he refused. Paracelsus calmly told him that he would have no choice but to take the crystal at any cost. They stood face to face, the atmosphere oppressive. The young master told him that he was acting despicably, asking if he had planned this from the very beginning. Paracelsus smiled and told him that he had fallen for it himself. Nox thought that Paracelsus might be the strongest character, but his talent had not yet fully awakened. Even though he was a genius, Nox still had his genius hour ability for situations like this. However, now was not the time for a serious fight. The young master appeared thoughtful, considering that he might need to use that ability if the main character truly didn't exist and he had to save Eleanor himself. He pressed his lips together, realizing it was risky but inevitable. Nox told Paracelsus that he wasn't the only one who knew everything. The swordsman smiled, asking if Nox really remembered his name and teasing him, wondering if he would ask for mercy because of their old acquaintance. The young master frowned and called him by his name, Paracelsus. The swordsman smiled faintly. Nox pointed his sword at him, saying that he knew he had joined the academy only to uncover the mystery behind his teacher's death. Paracelsus looked at him angrily, calling him an idiot. The young master smiled and asked if he was ready to talk now. After some time, Eleanor's team reached the mountaintop, surrounded by snow. Suddenly, Penelope called out to her, saying that she knew Eleanor would also make it there. Eleanor bowed before her, telling the princess that she would not stand in her way, she only needed to check something. Meanwhile, Nox and Paracelsus continued to fight nearby. The swordsman swung his blade, but the young master dodged the strike. Penelope agreed with Eleanor, adding that she herself did not want a meaningless battle. The pink-haired girl called her princess, and said it would be difficult to surpass Mofer's son and Paracelsus, unless they suffered fatal wounds. The girl placed her hand on her chest and told the princess that she would follow whatever she decided. Eleanor watched the battle between Paracelsus and Nox. She found it strange because the youngest son of the Mofer family, whom she had always known as unremarkable, now seemed completely different. She frowned, wondering when he had become so strong. There was a tense silence in the forest, only the sounds of battle could be heard. Nox and Paracelsus fought fiercely against each other, and Talia appeared worried. Echidna asked if she truly wanted to watch the fight. Talia sighed in alarm as Echidna said she never imagined that the destroyer of the East would become her classmate. Apparently his name was Paracelsus. Talia asked if Echidna really knew the man fighting Nox. Echidna closed her eyes and frowned before explaining that he was known as the Grey Wolf, Paracelsus. He had been destroying bandit gangs in the East since his youth, earning his nickname. Talia admitted she hadn't known that. Her partner continued, saying it was the first time she had seen such a great change in the Hancho family's youngest son. She hadn't realized he could wield a sword with such skill. Kirina crossed her arms, watching the battle with interest, commenting that if not for Nox's brutality and laziness, he could have become a great knight. Talia replied awkwardly that she didn't consider him pure. Her partner laughed in surprise and asked how she knew that. Talia stayed silent, looking away. Meanwhile, Paracelsus attacked Nox repeatedly, calling him an idiot. Nox dodged the blows, surprised to notice his opponent's voice trembling with anger. It was only natural. Paracelsus had been his only teacher, and that teacher had died because of a fool from the Mias Academy. Paracelsus paused and told Nox that the games were over, then swung his sword powerfully at him. Nox stopped, and a system notification informed him that his master-level swordsmanship skill had been activated. Nox smiled, asking Paracelsus why he was so angry. As their swords clashed, Nox told him that he was not the one who had killed his beloved teacher. This enraged Paracelsus even more, making him swing his sword faster at Nox. However, Nox dodged each attack, realizing that his opponent's strikes had become slightly more predictable. Paracelsus might be talented, but he was still very young. They stood facing each other. Paracelsus tried to hit Nox, but Nox quickly kneed him in the stomach, causing him to gasp silently. He flew several meters back, breathing heavily, then attacked again, aiming his sword directly at Nox. Nox raised his own sword in defense. Paracelsus mocked him, asking how much longer he could keep talking. Nox smiled and told him that he could talk as long as he wanted, although he felt his opponent's attacks were getting stronger and that it might be better not to prolong the battle. His legs were already tired. Paracelsus attacked again. Nox realized that if Paracelsus used his master's living sword technique, he would probably lose. There was a reason that technique had become an imperial sword art. Paracelsus warned Nox not to get distracted. Attacking again, Nox parried the strike, expressing disgust and mocking him as a pathetic commoner. Another system notification informed him that the swordsman's despises aristocrats restriction had been activated. Paracelsus looked at him with pity, asking if aristocrats were the reason people were forced to beg in this world. They resumed their clash, their swords crossing as Nox mocked him for wasting his energy on hatred. He smirked and asked if Paracelsus wanted to know something about his precious teacher, stalling for time. Nox spotted his classmates nearby, Eleanor among them. He thought to himself that the monster would appear exactly at 9 p.m. A system notification confirmed that it was 8:58 p.m. Paracelsus, smiling menacingly, warned Nox that he could cut off a part of his body to get the information he wanted. Disgusted, Nox asked if he truly intended to harm a noble and avoid the consequences. The swordsman hesitated, glancing around and noticing their classmates watching as witnesses. Nox announced that this would be his final attack regardless of the result. Paracelsus called him overconfident and suddenly lunged forward with a sinister grin, eager to test his opponent. Nox responded by swinging his sword swiftly, passing by him. Paracelsus, shocked, wondered what was happening as Nox, indifferent, told him to get out of his way. He ran past, saying he didn't have time for this. A strange black stain moved across the ground toward Eleanor, who watched Nox in shock, realizing how fast he had become. She suddenly heard a strange noise and turned around. A dark shadow crawled across the snow, heading straight toward her. She froze, her face pale, realizing she couldn't escape its approach. When the black creature appeared before her, she screamed, asking if it was someone who wandered the night. Terrified, she stared at the monster, thinking she might die here meaninglessly. Covering her ears, she whimpered in fear. Then, opening her eyes wide, she saw Nox standing in front of her. He cut down the monster with his sword and calmly asked her, "What is this pathetic wailing?" The dark shadow dissipated, and the young master looked silently at Eleanor. She asked him in shock, "Why you?" But she didn't finish her thought, as Nox sternly told her that she couldn't even kill such a small creature, despite being an elite. He found that reaction completely natural. The Night Wanderer was a mid-level demon, and in the world created by Noah, the monster wasn't even half as strong as it should have been. But this demon was real, and the person who summoned it was the killer of Paracelsus' teacher. Eleanor had almost become its victim. In the original game, she softened after being saved by the main character, a conclusion that Nox found utterly foolish. Everyone stared at the young master in shock. He frowned, clenching his fists in frustration. Nox looked at her calmly, realizing that the main character did not seem to exist in this world. Eleanor blushed slightly, and Penelope asked him not to be so rude. She said that he had saved her, but the situation wasn't that simple. The princess asked if he agreed with her. Knox bowed before her and agreed. Penelope then told everyone that the instructors and the new headmaster Noah should have considered their abilities. Night walkers were not demons the candidates were supposed to fight. The young master replied calmly that the enemy always appears unexpectedly, and told her that it was strange that she of all people should know that. The princess widened her eyes and Echidna quickly stepped in front of her, telling Knox that he shouldn't intimidate Penelope. Annoyed, she said she was sure he understood perfectly well the complexity of the situation, otherwise he wouldn't have come to help. Knox noted that she had ashy pink hair and a vertical pupil. She was definitely Zeno. Echidna, the future head of the Zeno family, close to the princess and known as the Serpent of Greed. Essentially, the Zeno and Henyofer families didn't get along. They were families with opposite attributes, but in prophetic dream nothing was ever simple. Knox calmly told her that, to be honest, he didn't even want to talk to a holy-type dog. Echidna asked irritably if he truly dared to insult the Zeno family name. The young master asked what she planned to do about it. At that moment a man was watching them from a nearby hill. This man was Bannon. He shouted loudly for everyone to stop arguing, then he quickly jumped down and called them all idiots. Knox calmly asked if the test had ended. The instructor confirmed and the young master showed him the gray crystal he had obtained from the monsters. Bannon told him he hadn't expected any of them to actually acquire the gray stone. It was unexpected but well done if, of course, Knox could set aside his arrogance. Knox looked at him questioningly, after which the instructor announced that the highest score was awarded to Knox, who had managed to obtain the gray stone. Those who possessed the purple stones were awarded second place. He asked if everyone agreed with that. The group remained silent, but then the princess raised her hand. She asked whether the Night Wanderer's attack had been part of the exam, saying the monster seemed far too real and demanded an explanation. Bannon told her that the incident would still be investigated, and that for the unforeseen, life-threatening situation, Eleanor would receive appropriate compensation. He then looked at Knox. Once again he was called Snow White and they told him that he was also entitled to a special reward for saving a classmate's life. The young master calmly stepped back and said that he didn't need a reward. He thought that getting involved any further would only complicate things. Without the main character the world would drown in injustice and that wasn't right. But accepting the reward would mean admitting something that wasn't true and he preferred to avoid such misunderstandings. After that, he walked away in the other direction, but Eleanor called out to him. She asked, "Why did you help me?" He widened his eyes then looked back in displeasure thinking that everything always went wrong. The system notified him that the master acting skill had been activated. The young master looked at her calmly and told her that he was just killing a monster and then out of nowhere she appeared. Eleanor frowned, questioning him and staring at him intently. He turned away again, frowning awkwardly. Knox sighed deeply, thinking how he had wanted to avoid this conversation. Eleanor, known by the nickname Money Fox, was wealthy and calculating. She believed that everything in this world could be bought with money, even a human heart. However, he didn't finish that thought. Some time later, Eleanor was riding in a carriage with a young man sitting across from her. She looked out the window and asked him why Knox had saved her. Noting that he had even refused the instructor's reward, she remembered his words about just killing a monster, but that seemed like an obvious lie. The man spread his arms and asked if it wasn't pointless. "Don't you think so too?" he said. He told her that Knox was just a common scoundrel. Eleanor disagreed. "It's not that simple," she argued. "Knox lied to me, he must have had a reason." The man asked if she really believed that and she frowned, looking out the window. Her expression grew serious as she told him she needed more details. He assured her that he would try to gather as much information as possible, but she interrupted him saying that she would handle it personally. Then she warned him that the Henyofer family would not sit idly by if they discovered someone collecting information and compromising evidence about them. A parchment rested on her lap, listing the general and advanced subjects she would study at the academy. The man smiled and nodded in understanding. Later in the dormitory of Helene Academy, Knox sat on a chair. Zachary, watching him with concern, asked if he was really all right. mentioning his pale complexion and recent hypothermia. A white towel rested on his forehead as he reassured her not to worry that he would recover soon. However, he knew there were still unanswered questions. If there was no main character, then someone had to take on the role to regain his lost memories and discover who was sending those messages. He believed it was necessary. There was no other option. The only thing Knox had was the role of the villain. Suddenly he opened his eyes, stood up abruptly and asked, "Is this really an escape?" Zitri called his name in alarm. Knox smiled, realizing that even in this world, there was a way to be both the villain and the protagonist. Meanwhile, in an unknown place, the sky glowed red. Dark smoke swirled and bodies were scattered across the ground. A piece of cloth like a flag fluttered on a pole bearing the emblem of a bird. Among the corpses stood a girl with long red hair, holding a sword and glaring fiercely. A man in a long cloak and an iron mask called her Lady of the Moon, saying that the mines had begun to stir. He knelt before her, swearing to awaken. The Lady of the Moon declared that the continent would soon be shaken by another bloody storm. The man, Duff, asked if she was ready. She turned, instructing him to prepare, confident that their goal would be achieved. As she pulled her cloak, adorned with a crescent moon-shaped charm, blood stained her hands and clothes. She swore to destroy the Aran Empire but left the sentence unfinished. At another time, Knox reflected on his past life, recalling that experienced players often shared one perspective. The line between protagonist and antagonist was thin. Of course, he agreed with that notion. Both types of characters faced similar trials. Only boss monsters represented true evil. Villains were usually those who had suffered trauma, which explained people's obsession with them. Walking down a narrow, dimly lit street, Knox, dressed in a dark robe, reflected that although villains and heroes differed in character, a villain could never truly become a hero. He smiled, realizing that in a world doomed by the absence of a protagonist, the villain might have to play both roles. He noticed a small house, faintly glowing with blue light at its entrance, as if illuminated from within. Rubbing his neck, he muttered that he didn't particularly like this life on the edge, but it was all he had. There was a large organization here. A gathering of villains eager to overthrow the imperial family. Blue energy swirled in his hand, and a bright glow appeared in front of him. Later, at a large table, an instructor and several men sat discussing matters. Noah, seated at the center, looked to the side with a bored expression. Vernon asked for everyone's opinion. A man with purple hair reassured him, saying that he was in control of the test. He then asked if he had messed something up again. The instructor grew angry, pressed his lips together and called him a fool, reminding him that he had already said he was innocent. Suddenly Noah widened her eyes. She looked threatening. The dean asked them what they were doing now. Vernon quickly wrapped an arm around the neck of the man with purple hair and told her they weren't doing anything. He laughed awkwardly and asked if they could continue the discussion. He began explaining where they were, but stopped mid-sentence when Noah gave a cold, artificial smile and asked if they hadn't heard her. Everyone looked at her in fear as she told them she had informed the entire faculty. She asked the instructor and the man with purple hair if they were listening to her. As usual, a man with gray hair and glasses spoke up, saying that the dean was referring to the enemy who appeared during the entrance examinations and endangered the candidates. Noah sighed deeply and agreed with him. She told the professors that behind the attack were people who wanted to cause chaos not only in the academy but throughout the entire empire. This was only the first target, she said. Then the dean asked if they could imagine why she, a star in the world of finance, had become their target. The man with purple hair answered that it was probably because her family's rival trading company imported about 70% of the goods into the Archon Empire. Vernon added that if the enemy truly wanted to target her rival deliberately, they probably wouldn't stop there. Noah agreed and said that what had happened was both a challenge and a warning to the academy. Therefore, they needed to prepare carefully for future disasters. Everyone nodded in agreement. She stood up to leave but then changed her mind, sat down again and smiled while raising her finger. Noah said she also wanted to mark someone else, someone who was also a threat. Everyone looked at her in surprise and Vernon asked what she meant. The dean replied affirmatively, saying that she had been observing Knox for some time. In fact, she was the girl with the white hair. Noah told the professors that this student was supposedly the most talented among the current generation. The man with purple hair, shocked, asked, "Who?" His eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe there was someone she recognized so readily as talented. He thought it was the first time she had praised anyone since the incident with the princess. Noah told them that the student was Kinox. The man with purple hair asked if she meant the same scoundrel from the Manhwa family, who was known only for his lustful behavior. She stood up and walked toward the exit, then smiled and said he was correct. The dean recalled Knox's appearance, and told the teachers that he was just a boy, but she didn't finish her sentence. Noah placed her hand on the doorknob and then said to everyone that Kinox might actually be even stronger than she was. The man with purple hair stood up abruptly in shock. The man in the red jacket asked, "Did I hear that right?" The professor in the blue sweater wondered aloud how the black sheep of the Manhwa family could possibly be that powerful. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Knox entered a small tavern. A man with a short beard called him boy and asked what he was doing there. Knox smiled and replied, "The moonlight will shine upon the sharp quill for the glory of the empire." The man looked at him seriously, then frowned in displeasure, saying that he could pass, though he couldn't understand how that woman could have shared the secret code with someone like him. The young master calmly asked, "Wouldn't you introduce yourself?" He smiled and walked over to a shelf lined with bottles of various drinks. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering whether to return to the dorms. But Knox didn't finish his thought. He picked up the third bottle, then the first, then the eighth, and finally the fourth. Suddenly a strong blue energy appeared before him. He covered his face with his hand as the system notified him that he had been exposed to high-level magic. His mana flow had been temporarily reversed. His genius-level magical perception had been blocked, and his character would be teleported to the designated location. The young master's cloak and hair fluttered as if caught in a powerful air current. He looked down sadly, realizing that his stats were still incomplete. He even felt a tremor run through his body. Then suddenly his eyes widened. A sharp blade was pressed against his neck. In front of him stood Luna. She held a long sword to his throat and demanded to know who he was. Knox cheerfully greeted her by name and smiled, but she only pressed her sword harder against his neck. His skin was lightly pierced and blood began to trickle down. The young master calmly told her that she was the leader of the Dormants, the only pillar of the Sword Empire, a woman whose face no one had ever seen. He told her that he was there because of her. Luna's eyes widened, and she asked if he knew not only the location of their headquarters but also her true identity. She said she would ask again, and this time her voice was cold and threatening. "Who are you?" Luna demanded. Knox calmly brushed her sword aside with his hand and said that it was Knox. He raised his hands and told her that he wanted to join the sleepers. Meanwhile, night had already fallen. The bright moon was high in the sky and Paracelsus was sitting in his room. He looked out the window, thinking about Knox, because it seemed that Knox knew something about the death of the old Celsus. He wondered how the young master could have known that his teacher was dead. To Paracelsus, it was doubtful that Knox had simply guessed the death of one of the three pillars of the Sword Empire, a man who had supposedly lost his life in an accident. He thought it was ironic because Kinox was considered a disgrace to the Manhwa family. Paracelsus wondered where such a lie could have come from. He recalled the battle on the mountain peak and thought that, although it had lasted only a few moments, the young master had clearly surpassed him in speed. He had never seen a man faster, except for the old Celsus. Perhaps all the information known about Knox had been deliberately fabricated, and the rumors about his personality and behavior were false. Paracelsus stood up, lay down on his bed and asked himself why it was necessary. Why would the Manhwa family hide such talent? The swordsman said to himself that it shouldn't concern him, because he would simply crush anyone who stood in his way, especially if they were a stinking aristocrat. Deep scars covered his chest and he quietly closed his eyes. Paracelsus soon fell asleep, but he had a very strange dream. In the dream, scenes from the past appeared. A man told him that Empress Sten had gone mad and become a tyrant. Because of this, the authority of the imperial family was shaken. However, her daughter Penelope, known as the Benevolent Princess, opposed the first prince in the political arena. To survive, He would have to choose a side. It seemed that this man was his teacher. Paracelsus listened carefully as the man continued, telling him that he should enroll in Elden Academy and decide which side he wanted to fight for. That was his main task. Paracelsus was sweating, turning and tossing in his sleep. The teacher told him that he had taught him everything he could. Then in the dream, he remembered how his teacher had been killed. Celsus had apologized to him, saying that he would have to leave first. The swordsman awoke in panic, breathing heavily. He covered his face with his hands. The gloves on his hands began to glow pink. Paracelsus rubbed his neck with dissatisfaction and sighed heavily. Then he said that if the old man had left, he too would have to go with Anance. After that he stood up and asked why this dead man was still tormenting him. At that moment Nox was standing face to face with Luna, who still held her sword at his neck. Basic information about her appeared on a black screen. Luna, female, 20 years old, human, possessed a lunar attribute. She had no recorded achievements. Luna had 4 bonuses: genius of sword and battle, aggressive eye of reason, cold-blooded. Her limitations were cruel, furious, fanatical, and obsessive fan. Luna's stats were impressive: 27 points in endurance, 24 in mana, 4 in luck, 25 in willpower, and the same number in charm. She had 3 passive skills: battle spirit, piercing gaze, and intimidation. In addition, Luna possessed active abilities: lunar sword mastery and mana explosion. The system notified the user that some information was unavailable and would be revealed as the story progressed. The young master thought to himself that she was one of the 3 pillars of the sword. She was a monster comparable to the greatest knight masters, and only 20 years old. Moreover, her sword style was not easy to master. That was why Luna asked him why the son of the great Hangwoofer family would want to join a criminal organization. The system notified the young master that the first level of bleeding was in effect. He calmly told her that he was there to destroy the Iron Empire. She began to ask him what he meant, but he interrupted her, saying that she probably already knew that to destroy the Empire one must first destroy Eldon Academy, which was under the influence of the imperial family. He placed his hand on his chest and smiled. Then, confidently, he told Luna that he was ready to spy for her. She asked if he really believed he was capable of that. Nox replied affirmatively. Luna looked at him in disbelief before lowering her sword and saying that he clearly wasn't the timid type. She asked again what his name was. The young master touched his new wound with his hand and introduced himself: Death, called the Moon. A man in a black cloak immediately approached Luna and told her that he had arrived. She told him to prepare for the moon test. The man Dave had terrible scars on his face. He bowed to Luna and said he would obey her order. Then he approached Nox and handed him a black robe, telling him to put it on and follow him. After some time, the moon still shone brightly. They walked through a small forest. The young master looked up at the sky and thought that everything was perfect. Everything was going according to his plan. They arrived at a strange building, and Dave told him that once he stepped onto the altar, he must kill all enemies that appeared. Moreover, he was told not to lose the cloak that had been given to him. Duff spoke a bit strangely. He seemed to stutter slightly and spoke very slowly. His voice sounded mysterious. Nox asked him why he shouldn't lose the cloak. Duff told him that it was the only way to escape the power of the berserker. The young master was wearing a black cloak. He pulled the hood over his head and thought that he truly understood why he needed to keep it. The frenzy debuff was one of the worst in the game. It drove you mad in exchange for a temporary boost in strength. Daft told him that if he were exposed to the blood moon, he would go insane. Essentially, that was the berserk effect. The moon in the sky turned red. The young master realized that there were 2 conditions to pass this test: to resist the crimson moonlight and avoid the berserk effect, and to face the horde of monsters. The original game never specified how this test should be completed, since it took place from the perspective of the main character, who definitely didn't need to take the villain organization's trials. Therefore, almost no one knew how to pass the test. Still, he had no choice but to face it. Nox smiled and Luna crossed her arms over her chest, telling him that after passing the test, one of 2 outcomes awaited him. She raised a finger and smiled, saying that he would either join the sleepers if he succeeded, or become one of the corpses. The young master looked at her, then laughed confidently, telling her that they would see soon enough whether everything was really that simple. Then he and Daph approached the altar. A member of the sleepers took out a scroll, blood dripped onto the ground, activating a strange seal beneath them. It glowed pink, and Daph looked to the side, noticing that many monsters had appeared. Nox saw them too. Snakes, bulls, and creatures with massive fangs. There were many of them. The young master realized that this was definitely not a level he could handle at his current strength. After all, every monster here was at least a mid-level chimera. The sheer number of them was also troubling. That's why he didn't finish his thought. Nox pulled off his hood and tossed the cloak aside. The red moon shone down on him, and he smiled, thinking that his own method for passing the test was made for this moment. Luna frowned, thinking that he had truly gone mad. The system notified him that the blood moon was applying a fury debuff, and that he might lose his sanity. The young master widened his eyes. His body felt like it was splitting in two. He looked at his hands in shock as the system warned him that his sanity would not be restored if he suddenly lost it. The young master smiled. His eyes began to glow purple, and the system notified him that all of his stats had increased by 1.5 times. His endurance was now nearly 10 points, his mana almost 14, his luck 10, and his willpower nearly 17, while his charm remained the same. The system confirmed that the fury effect had been applied, but it did not affect his luck or charm attributes. The moon grew even brighter and redder, and the system again warned that the blood moon's fury might cause him to lose his sanity. Nox's hidden stats appeared on the screen. His agility was 7 points. The young master possessed the following abilities: Genius Hour, mid-level sword skill of the family, and Southern sword technique with ignition. The remaining time of his life, due to a fatal illness, was 1442 days. The fury effect was currently active. Luna thought he was a fool. She wondered if he was insane. Nox smiled and took a deep breath. Daph told his leader that he couldn't believe the young master had just thrown away the cloak. It was the same as throwing away his life. He asked her if he should stop him. Luna replied no. She said that above all, Nox was clearly not the type to listen to others, and his death meant nothing to them. Daph, still concerned, reminded her that he was the son of the Hanyofer family, and his father was a man who despised the sleepers. He asked her if they were willing to risk creating a conflict between them. Luna smiled and said that wouldn't happen. She would handle it herself. She smiled again and looked back at the young master, calling him an idiot. Then she told Daph that Nox probably had a plan. Daph nodded and said he would do as she commanded. Nox's sword began to emit dark energy, and the monsters let out sharp, piercing screams. A red dragon charged rapidly toward the young master, but he immediately sliced through its body with his sword. Drops of blood splattered across his face, and he smiled. Then he thought that the whole world had suddenly turned scarlet. This was exactly how the sleeper's trial had been described in the game. He exhaled deeply, focusing, and realized that all his stats had risen dramatically. But that wasn't all. It felt as if he had suddenly become stronger, taller, and broader. Even his shoulders had grown wider. Nox was now undeniably more capable than everyone. His classmates looked on. The other monsters roared and charged rapidly toward the young master. Then Nox opened his eyes wide. They glowed a deep purple. After that, he once again cut through the monsters with ease, slicing off their heads. His clothes, hair, sword, and face were all splattered with blood, but the monsters refused to calm down. Dozens of beast-like creatures rushed at the young master. He crouched slightly, taking a comfortable stance to attack. He thought about how the fury effect was considered one of the worst negative statuses in prophetic dreams, appearing only under the blood moon. Nox smiled and extended his sword before him, thinking that he had come here with the intention of using it from the very beginning. It was all thanks to a trick. The system notified him that due to his 2 genius-level traits, he could suppress the negative effects of the blood moon. The young master remembered that his traits were Genius of Melee Combat and Genius of Magical Perception. The system confirmed that the negative impact had been suppressed. Nox looked at the monsters and thought that the key point was simple. Geniuses were just on a completely different level. It was unfair, but he could live with that. After that, the young master stood up swiftly and swung his sword, declaring that he was using the dark judgment technique. He slammed his sword into the ground with force, and countless monster heads were severed. Luna and Duff stared at him in shock as the system notified the young master that thanks to the effect of the artifact Ring of the Black Flame, his life had been extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Nox smiled. He looked completely deranged. He shouted at the monsters that if they were so envious they could also try catching a fatal disease like his. Then he spun his sword around him, cutting down more of the creatures that rushed forward. Luna yelled something to him, but Nox didn't hear her. He thought it was far too noisy there. He exhaled deeply to calm himself, then walked toward her and asked if Luna had been watching the fight. She smiled and cheerfully told Def that it seemed they would indeed have to accept Nox as one of them. Def, surprised, replied that there weren't many people across the entire continent with talent like his. Luna called out to Nox loudly and said that he had passed the test, and now he needed to return to them. She opened her eyes wide and smiled, thinking that Nox was truly fascinating. She called for Daf, who bowed to her, then handed the young master a black cloak. He told him to take it, as it was the cloak of a full-fledged member of the Sleepers. The system notified Nox that he had received the item. The young master smiled with satisfaction and looked down at his hands. The system then announced that data for the Sleeper's cloak was being downloaded. After that, basic information about the cloak appeared on the screen. It was a mid-tier advanced item with no compatible attribute. The cloak granted +1 to willpower. The requirement to equip it was to be a member of the Sleepers. The cloak had special effects. The Oath to the Den was now available to the young master. Members of the Sleepers could recognize each other by the design of the cloak, which was woven with black spider silk. It could reflect most weak negative effects. The system then notified the young master that data for a new passive skill was being downloaded. He closed his eyes, pleased, and then looked toward Luna. She gazed back at him inquisitively and asked if he truly had any questions for her, since he was staring at her that way. Nox calmly said that, from what he knew, few newcomers ever performed well in this test, meaning he was entitled to an appropriate reward. Luna looked at him thoughtfully, then smiled, saying that he was handling everything quite well. She called him a bold novice, and said she wondered how long he would be able to stay as confident as he was. Luna told him that he was now free until assigned to a mission. He bowed respectfully before her, and she told him that she hoped he wouldn't disappoint her. After that, Nox stepped toward the blue portal. Luna turned to Dak and asked, "Isn't Nox an interesting boy?" Daf agreed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, saying he couldn't understand how the young master had managed to endure the madness of the Blood Moon. Luna admitted she shared his confusion. Anyone else would not have lasted even 5 minutes under it. Of course, unless he was a genius. But even geniuses wouldn't dare fight without protective gear, which meant Nox was reckless enough to risk his life. Def agreed again, and Luna told him to keep an eye on the young master. She said they should observe what Nox was good at, and what else he might be capable of. At that moment Nox emerged from the other side of the portal. He returned to the tavern, where Kanan was quietly cleaning dishes. Kanan smiled and asked Nox if he was truly insane. Nox told him that he was right about that. He smiled faintly, thinking that in other words Kanan was asking why he had thrown away the protective cloak when it could have cost him his life. But in truth he hadn't risked anything. He had full resistance to the berserk effect, thanks to his dual genius traits, genius of melee combat and genius of magical perception. Nox thought, to put it simply, only he could use the Blood Moon as a bonus. Kieran told him that he hoped it would be worth it. The young master asked if Kieran really needed something from him. The man made a face and said he thought it was unfair that Nox hadn't introduced himself to him yet. The young master widened his eyes in surprise and asked what he meant. Kieran smiled and said that he had told Nox his own name, but didn't finish his thought because the young master immediately introduced himself and told him his name. He then asked if they were allies now. Kieran confirmed and said that they would meet again. Nox walked toward the tavern's exit, and Kieran remarked that it would actually be very difficult for him to balance his schedule with the academy, but it probably wouldn't be easy for him to hide his strength either. He hoped that Nox wouldn't stand out too much. After some time, Knox went back to the dormitory. He thought about how everything seemed to be going well. When he entered his room, Zatria was there. She was irritated and asked him why he had left the room on the very first day without even telling her. The young master looked at his hair in panic. There was blood in it. He thought that Zier had been asleep when he left. He was checking that. The displeased maid asked if he was even listening to her. She reminded him that she had told him many times to avoid reckless actions. Despite all the negative rumors surrounding his family, there was still a chance for rehabilitation. She said the last word particularly loudly, so Knox closed his eyes awkwardly and sighed heavily. After that, he began to undress and told her to just forget about it. He asked how her day had been. The young master mentioned that, from what he knew, even the servants received training. Zitria widened her eyes and rubbed her hands together. She suddenly looked sad and lowered her head, saying that nothing special had happened. Knox looked at her and thought that something had happened that day. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, realizing that there were lessons for servants, not only of low rank but also for nobles. It seemed that Zitria had become a target of ridicule. Knox wondered if there was anything he could do about it. Then he handed her a small pouch and told her she needed to keep it. If she ever had trouble during class, she should open the pouch. Zetria took it and looked at it curiously. She asked what it was but didn't finish her question because the young master smiled and told her she should only open it if she was in trouble. There was an item inside the pouch that would help her in a rather drastic way. Zetria looked at him in surprise and asked if she really couldn't open it now. He told her she shouldn't. The maid bowed to him and said she understood. If something happened, she would certainly use it. The young master smiled and told her not to hesitate to use it if she found herself in danger. He asked if she understood and she replied affirmatively. After that, the system notified him that he had successfully entered Ellen Academy and that the first part of the story had been completed. Knox opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that it had finally happened. A message appeared on the screen informing him that he had one unread message. The system asked if he wanted to read it. The young master touched the screen and thought that of course he wanted to. Then he felt a strange sensation from the letter. The sender greeted him and wrote that if he was reading this letter, then he had successfully enrolled in Ellen Academy. The sender knew that Knox could handle the task without any problems and was happy for him. Knox thought about how the sender's tone felt as if he could see right through him. This person knew him well. He continued reading. The sender wrote that this was only the beginning of the trials. He was sure that Knox had already gone through difficult moments, but unfortunately, things would only get worse. No one could handle it except him, because only Knox was destined to know the true ending. The sender added that it might sound irresponsible, but he was genuinely trying to help Knox in any way he could. The man also included gifts in the letter, saying they weren't much but he hoped Knox would accept them. The young master sat down thinking that the letter's content didn't actually explain anything this time. He needed to think it all through carefully because there was a possibility that the sender of these letters was part of a prophetic dream. The simple fact that this person could influence what was happening through the system and even send him items proved that Knox's assumptions were correct. Therefore, he should focus on completing the story since it was directly connected to his lost memories. The young master sighed and said he would stop worrying about something he couldn't decide for now. He looked at the letter icon on the screen and decided it was better to check the attached gift. Knox pressed a button to open his character's inventory, and suddenly his eyes widened in shock as several names appeared on the screen. Te. Grind. Tia. He was stunned and said he understood everything correctly, but didn't finish his thought because he pressed the button with the name Tia, and many screens appeared in front of him. Basic information about Knox's father also appeared. Knox smiled and thought that this was an incredible ability. Normally, to read someone's characteristics using vision, he had to see the person in front of him, but here everything was different. Now he could view the stats of anyone he had already encountered at any time. He smiled and said that such a gift could only have been sent by suddenly. He frowned and looked previous world. Then he thought that this world only looked like a game, but it wasn't a real one. Nox tensed in frustration and said that this complicated everything. He looked at the scroll and said he was glad that at least the class selection went smoothly. On the scroll was a list of subjects Nox was required to attend: martial arts, the study of magical techniques, the history of the Archon Empire, and horseback riding. The next morning there were many students at the academy. Zetria entered the room, surrounded by many apprentice maids. They all looked at her mockingly. A short red-haired girl asked her friend if it was really her. Zetria widened her eyes, but the girls continued talking about her. The red-haired girl asked if she was from the Lurio family that had become commoners. Zetria felt a bit sad because everyone was whispering and gossiping about her. A dark-haired maid told the girl that it was definitely her. She couldn't even imagine how shameless someone had to be to follow her master all the way to Helene Academy. The red-haired girl laughed and said that if she were Zetria, she would be ashamed to even appear in public. Her friend added that she probably wanted to seduce an aristocrat and live a luxurious life. They smiled and looked at Zetria. The red-haired girl said to her friend that with a face like that, it was quite possible. Her friend replied that Zetria was, after all, the personal maid of the black sheep of the Hanyofer family. She had heard that Nox was lecherous, and that Zetria was happy to take advantage of it. The maids laughed at Zetria, saying it was obvious. The red-haired girl agreed with everything her friends said. Then one of them asked where Zetria's relatives came from. She laughed and told her friend that it didn't matter. It was probably some backward place not even worth worrying about. Zetria clenched her hands, thinking she was ready to endure countless insults, as this was the fate of a fallen noble. However, they should not tarnish the reputation of her young master Nox. She frowned, then approached the girl and politely asked if they could talk. The girl looked at her with hostility, but before she could reply, another maid with long hair stepped forward and pushed Zetria aside. She smiled arrogantly and asked if Zetria really wanted to talk to them. She introduced herself as the daughter of a count. Her name was Gia, of the glorious Flores family, who served Lord Grine. Jiao crossed her arms arrogantly and asked Zetria if she truly thought she had even a minute of free time for a pathetic commoner like her. Zetria told her that she had heard them spreading baseless rumors about her master. Jiao smirked and asked what she would do about it. "Is it really our fault?" she said, "that there are so many bad rumors about your master?" The other maids laughed and Jiao told Zetria that if she expected an apology, she clearly wasn't going to get one. Zetria looked at her seriously and thought that her master Nox was right. A person's position in this academy was more important than anything else. After that, she took the small pouch Nox had given her out of her pocket, thinking there was nothing she could do here. She opened it, and a small Nox appeared beside her. Zetria's eyes widened in shock as a hologram of her master appeared in the air. Giles screamed suddenly, saying Zetria had scared her. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Zetria stared at the hologram of her master. Uncertain, Nox introduced himself to everyone and said that he didn't know what was going on here, but that didn't matter. He looked at them with displeasure and told the maids that if Zetria had called him, then there could only be one reason. Nox pointed his finger at Zhao and said that she, or all of them, it didn't matter how many, were in trouble. Before he could finish, Zhao looked at him in fear and asked if he was really the same man from the Hanyofer family. Nox smiled menacingly and told them they were all doomed. He would rip off their heads and send them to their families in a box. After saying that, he disappeared and Zetria stood silently, stunned. Then she fell into a daze and thought that this was indeed a very radical decision by Master Nox. Jael was terrified. She turned pale and suddenly fell to the ground, bowing deeply before Zetria. Awkwardly, she asked what her name was. Zetria sighed heavily and said her name. Jael became even more frightened and thought she only sighed, and that was bad. Now the Hanyofer family would easily kill her entire family. She loudly apologized to Zetria, saying that she had lost her mind and that such a thing would never happen again. She apologized once more. Everyone else looked at Jill in shock. Zetria thought, surprised, that this method had actually worked. She was astonished by it. However, this would only increase the unflattering rumors about Nox. She looked to the side and quietly asked what he might be thinking. After that, she walked past GLM. Everyone looked at her in fear. Sometime later, the sky was gray, and the sun wasn't shining. Zetria and Nox were walking down the street, when she asked worriedly if he was feeling all right. The young master did seem a bit tired. She told him he had dark circles under his eyes. Nox rubbed one of his eyes with a finger, and said he was fine. Zetria frowned and looked at him with pity. The young master thought that, as a result, he had barely managed to choose his classes. He sighed wearily, and then a young man stood in front of them, making them stop. The man was wearing a white shirt, brown overalls, and a brown headdress. He smiled at them, took off his hat, and bowed to Nox, calling him by name. Nox asked who he was. The man continued to bow and said he would introduce himself. He said his name was Rick, the loyal servant of Lady Eleanor. Rick smiled and said it was an honor to meet him. The young master repeated his name questioningly but frowned, wondering what was going on. The system notified him that he would be surprised. Then the master's acting skill was activated. After that, the shock effect was removed. Nox thought that from the very first seconds, he had met a very dangerous guy. It was the deceiver, Rick, a true servant of the devil. In the next 3 episodes of the main story, he would betray a rival trading company, pushing the plot toward greater development. Moreover, Rick literally worshipped the devil and would eventually betray Alana herself. Nox looked at him arrogantly, thinking that the phrase "the enemy of my enemy is my friend" was complete nonsense. In the prophetic dream game, Rick was absolute trash, and one should never get involved with him. Rick took out a small blue box and said that Lady Eleanor had asked him to deliver a gift, an extremely valuable artifact. He handed the box to Nox. Nox narrowed his eyes and rudely told him to leave. The young master looked serious. He thought that of course he was curious about what kind of artifact it was, but it was clearly something like a poisoned apple, so he couldn't accept it. Rick looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Nox widened his eyes and gripped the hilt of his sword. Then he asked if he really needed to repeat what he had just said.